welcome back to the Nurburgring Nordschleife and the 24 hours of Nurburgring here on the World Sim Series platform. 4 hours and 30 minutes to go, so 4.5 hours still to go in this race. That means 19.5 hours completed. It is still the Sean Clark Racing Audi at the front of the field, leading the field now by 1.1 laps. They're in the lead, same amount of long pit stops compared to the Mancos Resin team, but there is a battle between the Italia Racing car in third with 8 long pits. Then you've got the Mancos, actually Cortec are in second. I was wrong. Cortec in second because we've had a pit stop done for the Mancos Resin team, and that dropped them back a little bit. So Cortec on 8 long stops, Sean Clark Racing on 7. It is a gap of 1.1 laps. So if you take out that long pit, we are at a gap of around about 4 minutes to 5 minutes. That looked like the gap when we were leaving last night. So Cortec Racing doing a great job, but that Sean Clark Racing outfit really put up and being made to run quicker by the German beast that is Jan Nims. He still holds the fastest lap of the race with an 8-minute 8.906 and an 8:13.2. That's the second fastest lap, and that's by the Mancos Resin team running in 4th at the moment. In the M235i class, we do have the Attack Sim Racing car. They are at the moment in 33rd, and they've got their another one of the M235i cars, the M&G Sim Racing Club car, a lap behind them, and they're in second place. Both of them on 8 long stops. Baklajani on 7 long stops. Benex on 8, 7 for a top drap. So still 2 or 3 long stops for all the teams to go in the final 4 hours of this race. Most of the cars still running in the M235i class, and we've got 47 cars still circulating on track and doing their best to finish this 24-hour race. A few teams already having completed 10 long stops. That's probably because of damage. And as last night, I'm joined by Lodilas.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, teams. Good morning, participants. Hope you're still enjoying this great event on the World Sim Series platform. Beautiful weather, by the way, on the Nordschleife circuit. Finally, we're able to see the beautiful cars with custom liveries for all the teams. It's a nice addition and a nice possibility, a nice feature of the World Sim Series platform. And finally, we will be able to clearly see what's happening on the racetrack. We had some vision issues last night with Gustas, as the track was surrounded by the dark sky. Now it's all different. So as Gustas already mentioned, we still have 47 teams running around this long track located in Germany. So that means that the teams are still facing some nice traffic. They are not only battling the track, but they are greeting their rivals on the racetrack, and they have to be careful. Not a lot has changed at the front of both of the classes. Well, at least in the leaderboard, Sean Clark Racing still holding that nice lead. That should be roughly 4 minutes. And looking at the difference in the long pit stops, it looks like that the gap stayed quite similar. So that is a nice performance. That means that, well, the gap was built out mostly during the first stint of Jan Nims, and then the drivers are kind of capable to hold that pace beautifully and have a nice battle. So 4 hours and 30 minutes, that's roughly 2.5 Grand Prix races, so still quite a gap to go. Not many laps will be completed as we will see the checkered flag, but if we would count the corners, that would be a huge number. So if you think about the laps, it's close to the finish, but if you think about the corners, there's a lot of work to be done.
It's still around, I would say, 800 kilometers for the teams to still complete. The race leader on 136 laps. That's a weird number to say after almost 20 hours of racing, but that's the Nurburgring for you. The drivers splitting their stints at least for the Sean Clark Racing team at 32 laps for Aerolab, who's on track at the moment. Simonas Urbanas 34, 14 for Leif, 35 for Nims, and 21 for Simon Speff. We do expect, with looking at the laps completed, Leif and Speff to be back in the car, and those were the two drivers that were a little bit slower last night. A lot of things can still happen. It is nice to see the cars on track again. It was a difficult night. It's difficult to understand where the cars are, and also difficult to understand who that car is. But this is on your screen right now, the Attack Sim Racing car, and that is the leader in the M235i class, a very comfortable leader in the M235i class by 1.3 laps. So they've kept extending their gap all throughout the night. They're also the holder of the fastest lap with a 9-minute 16.5, around a minute slower than the GT Freeze, and the car in second place holding a fastest lap of 9 minutes 17.7. Also, driver differences are much smaller in the Attack Sim Racing car compared to the MNG Sim Racing Club machine. If you look at MNG Sim Racing Club, their fastest driver, like I said, 9 minutes 17.7. Their slowest driver, a 9 minute 30.5. That's a 13-second difference, while the Attack Sim Racing car, 9 minutes 16.5, and their slowest driver at 9 minutes 22.7. Those are fastest laps. It's not always the best gauge of who's actually the quickest driver in the team, but you do have to then look at averages, average stint times, how many incidents they might get into. But if you just look purely at fastest laps, this is why Attack Sim Racing are in the front, just because they have a lot less mistakes by their drivers, and the pace is much closer. Because if you look at the MNG Sim Racing team, Sim Racing Club, their second fastest driver at a 9:22.5, or 4:99, is actually pretty much at the same pace as Attack's slowest driver. So that's where that gap comes. Once we get MNG Sim Racing Club, once they put Sanchez back in, their fastest driver, they're going to start matching up with the pace to Attack, but something has to happen to Attack Sim Racing at this point to have any impact on their result. They're cruising in a comfortable first place, and I would say a lot more comfortable than your race leader of Sean Clark Racing. We are still looking at a very Audi-dominated top 5. Only in 5th place, we've got the Spectron racing car in the McLaren. Then you've got the highest BMW in the Bach 33 car. And if we look to the AMGs, you've got Breaking Point Racing 2. They're in 8th on our timing screen and 9th on the timing tower on your screens. And Aerolab HI, they're 8th in on track at the moment. That's the highest placed Porsche in the field. Breaking Point Racing, by the way, they've completed all 10 of their long stops. The gaps aren't that huge. If you look through the whole field, if you're looking just at the top 3, they are pretty big, looking at over a lap difference. But if you take into account the top 10, they're separated by 5 laps. It's not a lot of laps. It's obviously 5 laps, that would be over half an hour of difference. But yeah, 5 laps, it doesn't seem like that huge of a gap, especially considering the pace of Jan Nims and that Sean Clark racing car. But Cortec have held on well all throughout the night, and they're doing a very good job at the front of the field, battling still for first place. And we had their team manager in last night to give us a quick update of how they're going.
Giuseppe is not only the team manager, he's also driving the car, but he's looking after 5 teams, as he explained, 3 in the racing center where he's located and 2 in another racing center. So 5 teams driven by, let's say, 1 team manager slash driver. Fun fact coming from the World Sim Series stuff, leaders have already driven 3,451 kilometers. And wow, that's the distance from Gibraltar to Finland. Would you like to travel from Finland to Gibraltar?
Gibraltar? I don't know. Would I like to travel by car?
Yeah, sure, with an Audi.
GT3?
Yeah.
Be a difficult run. Be interesting, definitely, to have a road trip like that.
You would have to calculate all the correct stops for refueling and tire change, of course. It's not located in one circuit and at one spot, but that would make the trip really interesting.
Well, it's a 120-liter fuel tank in the GT3 cars. If you're going flat out, you're using about around about 50 liters per 100 kilometers. If you're going flat out on a racetrack, if you would be going on a highway, I think that usage would be down to around 20 to 25 liters. You'd be able to go quite a long way on that fuel tank.
That's a big fuel tank.
It is. Remember, in these GT3 cars, you do have essentially a road car engine. Yes, it has some slight modifications for reliability for the actual engine management systems, but it is, at the end of the day, a road car engine in the back or the front of all of these. Looking at the BMW Z4 GT3, that's a car that's not been seen in GT3 racing for a long time, but it is. This is Cortec coming out of the pits. It was an engine that wasn't in the Z4, but it was in another model of BMW, and they were allowed to use that one. Also, the AMG GT3, the new one, the Evo 2020 car, we don't have that on the grid, but we do have its younger brother, I would call it, with the older AMG GT3. And even the new one still runs the 6.2-liter glorious V8 engine compared to a 4-liter turbocharged 8-cylinder, well, V8 engine in the road car. So slight differences to the road car engines, but at the end of the day, it's still a road car engine in these cars, so fuel consumption, could probably get away with it. I'd say the comfort levels might not be perfect, but manage.
It's of course it's manageable. It all comes to the calculations and the planning of what you're willing to achieve. But yeah, that's a topic a little bit outside of the racing scenarios. We had a nice chat and some ideas for future activities of our lives. Back to the racetrack, we're kind of witnessing a battle which is happening live on the racetrack. We
got a message, actually. We're going off topic again, but we got a message from the admins. They said you need to take off the rear wing of the GT3. He'll get 100 extra kilometers of range.
Okay, clever thinking. Of course, you don't need the rear wing on highways.
But it would look cool.
It would look cool, of course, and
with the rear wing, you'd look cooler with the rear wing.
Of course, I wouldn't want to travel with a GT3 car without a rear wing because it would look like it had some sort of a damage. or comes from an accident, because, well, the rear wing belongs to cars like these, but of course for
I'd like
fuel
to drive
consumption.
the Sean Clark Racing GT3 home. I think it's going to be the cleanest. At least the pace they were setting and managing to stay out of trouble, I think that's the car you want to take home.
Yeah, definitely.
That's the one you want to buy after a race. If you're looking at a car somewhere outside the top 20, that one maybe you don't really want to buy. Or at least it would be a lot of work for the mechanics here to get it fixed.
But it might be offered for a good price. It would cost a little bit less, I assume. The Sean Clark Racing car would have a phenomenal price, unthinkable price. So even though it's clean, you need to have a lot of money.
If you could get it with the setup that Jan Nims made, maybe it's worth it.
It's worth it. Yeah. I think it's worth it.
If you can get a car that can run 5 seconds quicker than everyone else.
I'm not sure if that's about the car, actually, because Jan Nims himself is 5 seconds faster than his second fastest teammate, Simonas Urbonas.
I think
so
for
it's
the
not
next
only
race
about
to even out the field, we should have Jan Nims share his setup with everybody.
I would agree with you. That's some suggestions or thoughts for future events. World Sim Series maybe would want to contact Jan Nims and try to kind of buy his made setups.
You should give it up as BOP.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it would help that many teams. I'm sure the top 5 would maybe go quicker, but these setups that are super quick are also very dangerous to drive and difficult to drive and difficult to get the pace out of them. You see even Jan Nims' teammates, who are super quick drivers, they sometimes struggle with those setups. Well, at least they cannot keep up the pace that he has, so that means there is some skill level involved in that. And I think if you go further down the field, those cars are much better off running a safer, slower setup, but actually being able to get to the end of the race.
Yep, and usually those more stable setups or the safer setups are actually faster for the beginner drivers or less advanced drivers than those fast setups, because it really takes some good skills to keep the car on the track. We see a live overtake on the Nordschleife circuit for the 10th spot. It looks like the RKFL Mad Racing team driver didn't live like nicely with the pressure.
Maybe they have damage, because that car is losing a lot of time.
It was a nice impact with the barriers. We could kind of try to hop on board into that BMW, but it looks fine. It looks actually even better than the car of the IRT number 2 team, which just made that easy move. They didn't have to put a lot of work into that maneuver. They just went by as the BMW was traveling a little bit outside the tarmac. We can actually see what the drivers will decide by the end of this lap, and well, they decide that the car is one piece and they can continue their journey on the racetrack, which is far from over. Well, of course, roughly in 15 minutes we will have that 20 hours mark completed of this World Sim Series event. Oh, there's your answer. We thought yesterday that there was a strange driving style of the drivers, but that's a glitch, maybe a bug. I've never seen that a wheel is turned like that on the Assetto Corsa title, so that's something new for me.
What's interesting is, well, we touched on this, that we're running in a, well, now October date, because it's the 1st of October. The night is very long. In the regular time slot of the Nürburgring 24 hours, when you're running it in late spring, early summer, sometimes even getting close to midsummer. That race has moved around a little bit throughout the years, but oh, big slide through the Schumacher S. That's a wake-up call for the drivers. The night is so long that once the sun comes up, it's not actually that long to go here. When you're looking at the regular date for this race, once the sun comes up, you've still got another 8 to 10 hours to do in this race. that's a difficult part, because once the sun comes up, you feel like you're almost there. You're getting to the checkered flag soon, and it turns out that you've still got so much time to go and so many more hours to race. That's sometimes when mistakes come as well, that early morning.
Yep, the fatigue comes in actually. If the drivers didn't have a good schedule for the resting of for them while they are out of the seat.
That's tight, but that's good committed driving, not waiting up. And you're better off being committed and aggressive than sometimes being very safe, and that's when more accidents come, when you're trying to be super safe and trying to stay out of all trouble. Then sometimes big accidents come because there's a miscommunication on track.
When you're not committed, exactly. You have to be certain with your moves in the car, especially traffic,
because it's for the M235i class, because you've got the top 5, let's say, who are very, very quick, even the top 10 who are very, very quick. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly where to make the moves. So the M235Is kind of know where they're going to make a move. They know they're going to be aggressive, and they know where to open the door. When they have a slower car come in, further back down in the GT free field, they're going to be more careful. They might not make a move where you might expect it, and that's sometimes when accidents come, and that's where you lose a lot of time. So for the M235Is, it's a lot of work to actually understand what the car behind will do to you.
Yep, back to the topic. I think this BMW is actually the same BMW we were looking at during the night, which had that strange wheel movement. So we will have to take the opportunity to hop into other BMWs to see how the car is being handled. This is the KFL Mat Racing SimSport team, guys from Poland, collected a 4 drivers team, and they are doing a good job. They just fell out of the top 10, but that's still not bad, considering we had 40 GT3 cars starting this grid, so definitely a top 20
I don't
finish.
think he's actually driving that aggressively and starting to turn the wheels side by side, like side to side. I don't think anybody's driving like that.
I wouldn't think so either, but maybe that has something to do with the graphics, with glitches, or maybe even with the wheel setup. Looking at the car, I think the
You have an update from the stewards, actually, of how the race has been going, and they said that the race has been very nice. They can see that the drivers have prepared for this race very, very well, and most of the incidents in the night and the morning were just because of fatigue and not actually stupid moves or dangerous moves. And especially, and they say in general the race was quite clean, but especially the race from Sean Clark Racing in P1, only 9 contacts they've had throughout the 20 hours of racing they've done.
So they are not only fast, but they are cautious, and they can...
This is the message that we got from the stewards.
Yep, so race control also doing their part in this race, doing the job, and actually I think they are finally happy that they have a little bit less of work to do in races like these, because, well, sometimes
they'll fall asleep.
Yeah, you can fall asleep calmly without worrying that something bad.
No, that's the danger. You'll fall asleep because the race is so calm.
Yeah, but you have that opportunity.
And you wake up with no warrants. You know, sometimes you fall asleep and you don't understand where you are and how much time has passed. Well, they'll wake up and they'll see the same amount of incidents. That's an easy move to the outside with GT. It's a big speed difference, a huge speed difference.
Maybe it's similar to GT3s versus LMDH cars. The difference itself.
Last year we had about 600 incidents. This year the numbers are...
Well, we are far. We are still 4 hours from finish, so let's not rush it.
So for the message
You know?
for the drivers is to break that record, you gotta start driving into each other a lot.
Or yeah, or
Which
maybe,
way you want to break the record?
Yeah.
Above or below?
Below.
If you want to break it above, you've got to put in a lot of work. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that, please. I think the stewards are tired as well after a long night, so they don't want any more.
I think they are on their own schedules also. I would hardly imagine someone staying awake for 24 hours trying to follow what's happening on the racetrack.
Your decision making gets worse.
Of course it gets. You know, you get tired, you can get a little bit more angry and take those harsher decisions. So I'm pretty sure the stewards are on a schedule for themselves, sharing that one car as the teams are doing, sharing that wheel of cars. So the stewards are sharing the wheel of the race control car, driving around the track unnoticed.
This is probably one of the only races where you can actually maybe do it as a two-driver team. Because of the mental fatigue that might be a little bit less around this place, it's a bit easier to kind of keep going and not get tired, mentally tired throughout this race. I think it's one of the only ones where you can actually do a two-driver team. It would be difficult, but
I think it's doable.
I've had a sim racing experience of a two-driver team at the Spa 24. That was difficult because you do a lot of laps. They get very repetitive. It's not fun. You don't have as much rest time, and then your legs cramp up. It's a more difficult race. A three-driver team or a four-driver team for the 24 hours of Nurburgring, 3 or 4 for Le Mans, 3 or 4 for Spa. That's the sweet spot.
How long were the stints? You were
2 hours.
2 hour stints. So that's
you want to give at least some rest to the other driver, but the problem was in the night you'd always be alone because the other driver would give up the wheel. You'd give up the wheel, and then you'd have to go straight to sleep to get at least some rest. But you know, it's you sleep for maybe an hour 15, hour and a half max, because you have to come back quickly. You have to come back to the sim before the stint finishes because there might be an earlier stop that you need to do. And also you have to wake up, you have to maybe take a quick shower, maybe brush your teeth, grab a bite to eat because you're going to be driving for the next 2 hours. It's a difficult race.
It is. It sounds really difficult. Well, really harsh 24 hours.
Crown Cork Racing down into the pits for their 21st actually pit stop of the race.
I'm not sure where you're getting those.
The screen in front of you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm looking at the wrong screen. If you want to get a little bit more data about this race, you always know where to go, and if you don't know where you should look for some statistics or how the race is evolving, you can always go to the worldsimseries.com webpage, find this live event, and you will get all the data and all the information about how the teams are doing, who the drivers of the teams are. Not all the teams have different drivers running from different places, like for example the second placed Gore-Tech Racing 1 team are using one sim from that sim racing center. Oh, that was a tight entry for that BMW into the pit lane. I thought they will kind of hit the middle wall located in the entrance to the pits. It ended safely. I kind of think they were, I'm not sure if they need to come in or stay out, and then they decided to come in. On our screens, Manka's Resin team. The driver behind the wheel is Rodriguez. They are 2 laps down from 3rd place on the same long mandatory pit stop count. This is an international team. They have 5 drivers coming from Germany and Colombia, so different, interesting. Colombia, interesting team of drivers. It's really nice to see that, well, it kind of is similar to what is happening in the real world races. You don't have teams with the drivers from one country. You usually have drivers from different countries, and we have similar teams here. They need to have good communication. They need to put in a lot of work before these races, like working on the setups, doing their practice routines.
But the stewards have answered our stint question, how long they stay up. So we had Tadas, one of the stewards. He said he stayed up until 1 o'clock and then came back at 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, 1 a.m. to 8 a.m. He had some rest, and he said his colleagues were in the middle of that, so they took the night shift and now are sleeping or just waking up.
Nice, nice lineup and good organization. By the way, Tadas is a certified FIA certified steward. He's not only working in these virtual events or some random guy with some racing interest. He's actually a pro steward, so all the decisions are coming from a man that you can highly trust, and those decisions are the same as they would be in the real races. So it's looking at the screens, you see some graphics, you see, well, a game environment, but we've chatted about that yesterday nicely, and this is then another part about sim racing. You kind of have quite a lot of aspects of real life replicated in these races, so, well, you miss only the the environment, the atmosphere of real racing. You don't have those G-forces, you don't have the danger of putting yourself in some bad situations. You're always safe. Wow, Manko's racing team. They're trying to be safe, of course, but they have to deal with the traffic, and they are still pushing quite a lot, and sometimes those mistakes come, but you can see how professionally and well prepared the drivers are. Catching that sliding Audi R8 GT3 is not the easiest task to do, but those skills are kicking in, and drivers are doing a phenomenal job, and sometimes you don't see such skills from the drivers that are racing in real life. So it's really not only about playing games or spending some time, it also has some advantages to offer to compete in events like these. You learn a lot, you nail your skills, and you have fun at the same time. Spectron Racing, they are currently P5 with that beautiful McLaren, so it looks like this McLaren can do well also, and wow, well, quite a lot of mistakes, small mistakes coming from the drivers after 20 completed hours of racing, so that means the drivers did have a night shift mostly for all of them. Well, actually, I think all of them had done their night shift. The European part will finish this race in the midday, but I think we will have some teams like from Canada. They will finish this race early in the morning, so that means some teams are still doing this race at this exact time while having night time outside their windows. So it's a different approach for some of the drivers. Some of them have already driven through the night. Well, all of them have driven through the virtual night, but it's different time in different parts of the world right now. So kind of different preparation, and they have different approaches of the race. Spectron Racing, they are a team, another international team. Currently, P. Long is behind the wheel of this McLaren. He's a driver from Hong Kong, and they have a They have teammates from the North European region. One is Zaikin, it's a driver from Estonia. There's another driver from Hong Kong, MNG, and there's a driver from Finland, Rononiemi. So nice stats. I think the drivers get to know each other through the World Sim Series platform. So it's not only World Sim Series. It's not only about sim racing. The World Sim Series is also like a social platform where you get to meet drivers or people from around the world, and then kind of create teams and maybe build friendships. And I forgot to ask Jan Nemts yesterday whether they maybe have some plans to maybe have a team meetup somewhere, maybe in the Nordschleife circuit or any other circuit. So we will try to have those interviews this morning. We still have 4 hours to go, so I'm pretty sure we will be joined by Jan Nemts and Giuseppe Mazzei at least. Maybe there will be other drivers or other teams interested to join our channel. To join our commentators room. It's not easy to find. Jan Nemts was lost yesterday and he couldn't find the entrance into our room, so we had to go out and meet him outside our office. So if you want to kind of share your experience with this event or maybe about the World Sim Series platform, you can contact us via our Discord channels, I believe. We have stuff working around. They will notice those messages and pass us through if we will not notice that. So have in mind, if you want to tell your experience and maybe some stories, just drop us a message. By the way, I'm not sure how that picture sharing post went. If
there's quite a few.
Maybe
it's too bad we can't show them.
Maybe we can. If I think it happened on Discord. So yeah, maybe that's something we missed yesterday.
I wouldn't say we missed it, but
we missed the chance to share this. I'm not sure if that's easily doable. We have to figure out.
Funny picture. This part of the sim rig for.
I'm sure that's something from. I'm sure that's coming from some social media pictures, not from our real places of our participants.
Now this does look like a real place of one of our participants, and this is.
Oh man, but that's hard.
This is very incredible because I want to describe the scene that we're seeing if we're not able to actually put it up on the screen. But just from the description, we've got a wooden chair that's definitely not comfortable to sit in. A hard wooden chair. You've got an ironing board with a wheel attached to it. And then you've got the pedals in between the feet of the ironing board, and a screen that's actually at an angle and far away. That is dedication to racing. Maybe we can, I think we can find it in a moment here. We're looking through the Discord. We have a laptop which we're looking through. Here we go. This is our picture that we want.
You can continue chatting. I will do my best to... Okay, this... I think it's doable. I just need to figure out what part of...
This is very on the spot.
Okay,
that we're doing
be prepared to see what Gustas was currently describing.
Here we go, the ironing board sim racing setup. Like I said, ironing board, a wheel on it. The wheel is actually offset from the ironing board a little bit, offset from the pedals, but in a Porsche you would have the pedals to the right. Here you have the pedals to the left. I do want to ask the driver if he's watching the stream or on Discord. is the screen when you're driving also at an angle? If it is, that is incredible dedication. You actually can, if we might be able to move a little bit the, can we try and move to see the chair that is, we're trying to figure this out. I'm sure we can move that screen here. What if we just go up on it? What if we do? No, we cannot find.
Oh, okay. I know how to do it.
Okay.
Just bear with me. That should be simple. That should, yes. I think we did it. Yep, we did.
Okay. Yes, this is the chair. A 24-hour race in this? I don't want to be 15 minutes in that.
That's another.
That's dedication. That's dedication. I feel bad for whoever's back this is. Yeah, that's very much racing dedication.
Yeah, we have more pictures of. Wow, well, going from that view into a rig that looks something like this, and this is some more proper racing rig. Look at that. How can you describe this? This is, wow, it's really a high.
I'm gonna have a look. I know which rig you're talking about, but I was so mesmerized by the ironing board sim rig. This is a lot more professional. This looks like a VR rig as well.
Yep, indeed it is. Yeah, it has one another system which is really high. I'm pretty sure this is a VR system. I think we have a better picture of this also. There we go. This is a Ferrari rig, by the way. Oh, Porsche rig. I thought it's Ferrari, but because it's red, but it has a Porsche sign on the hood. It seems that there was a lot of work put into this rig. It has a nice seat posture, which is more similar to a Formula car seat, I'm assuming, but well, something in the middle actually. The driver is leaned towards the back, but not as much as in an F1 car, but a little bit more as in a GT car. So that's the beauty of sim racing. You can actually tune your rig into your liking and drive any car you want, rather it be a Formula car or a car which is more a regular race car like the BMW, but you still have the ability to kind of tune your seats the way you like.
I see another sim rig that we can find. It is, if you go a little bit further up, this is a sim rig from Poland.
Okay, I just need to sort.
You can see that loadiness is a little bit lost.
Yeah, I am because you know. Okay, this is the browser. I need to go into the Discord, and I need to go up. So, oh, this is a nice place. I think we're talking about that. So you stop me when you see that.
I don't know if you already went past it. Yeah, this one with no lower, one lower with a bike.
Yeah.
I don't know what kind of. I want to say Harley Davidson, but all of those bikes. I'm not a big bike guy, so they all look very similar.
I'm not a bike guy also, so I will not help you out.
Maybe anyone in the YouTube comments can help us out.
Yep, a small challenge. Name the brand of the bike you see in this picture. which welcomes you in into a really nice environment located in Poland. A nice hub, a man hub, where you have a nice big thing on two wheels and a smaller thing to have your driving needs sorted out, the Simrig. Beautiful PC. So I would say that's a Harley Davidson because that's the only brand I am familiar with the bikes that look like these.
I'm sure somebody knows. For sure there's a bike fan that will tell us that we know nothing, and we agree. We know nothing about bikes. If a bike looks like that, it's a Harley Davidson for us. But that's a very cool setup. And you can also smell the fuel when driving. That's very cool.
Yep.
We've got a YouTube comment. Where do I post Simrigs? It is...
The guys posted in the World Sim Series Discord channel, and we are kind of looking through it and trying to find it. It was an idea yesterday to kind of figure out where people are racing from, because we have a lot of participants from all over the world, different parts of the planet. We have drivers from Finland, from Germany, even from Madagascar or Hong Kong, and actually Canada and USA. So this is a nice intercontinental race that we are witnessing for the past 20 hours and plus. Trying to find a little bit more pictures. I think I want to share this one. I'm pretty sure this comes a little bit more as a joke, but it's still a nice opportunity for the people to figure out how to participate in events like these for 24 hours if you're on your own. So you can actually build something like this, strap your seatbelts on, grab that wheel, and be prepared for all 24 hours. Someone is doing a nice job and having some nice time at the same time. Should we continue our journey looking at those setups of the drivers? We have a big picture. I'm not sure of how we'll be able to fit it on our screen, but I think it's fitting nicely. But actually, this is a nice setup of a lot of sim rigs, and actually the drivers had some issues, which is a big shame. They had connection issues or something like that, and only one team is continuing, as you can see in the picture. I would like to read a little bit about it, what teams that was, and where are they now, and actually what part of the world they are coming. So maybe a little bit of background. The rigs who got kicked for no reason, and the last still alive. Number 40 from France. There we go. So that beautiful place was coming from France. Look at this. So we have a lot of teams participating from not only the comfort of their home. We have teams participating from nice sim race centers. This is huge, actually. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 sim rigs coming from one place, all having motion installed. 3 monitor system.
Which team is that? Do we know?
I can try and find it. I hope that guy who
I saw that picture as well, but
we have information.
Oh no, they say that they wish to do an endurance race.
Oh yeah, they are not participating. Yep, they have the chance to do this race from a nice place like this. They are not participating in this event from these seats, but that's possible. So we had quite a few rig pictures presented to you, and there are many opportunities. And as we've already discussed yesterday, you can do sim racing not only with proper gear, you can do sim racing with anything you can come up to. It needs to have a wheel and pedals, and all other parts, they depend from your possibilities and imaginations, how you make comfortable yourselves for those hours of driving. So this is another nice setup. I think that's also a VR setup, because I don't see any monitors here, but the driver should easily do those long stints in his sim rig, because that looks like a comfortable chair to be hanging out for a longer period of time. So maybe let's leave this part for later. We are getting more pictures coming in from the teams doing this race, and well, you can see that we have quite a lot of different gears that the drivers and the teams are using, but as already discussed yesterday, you don't
got
have
another one that they just posted. This one, the TSRT on this. This is someone that says that they're an engineer for a friend, being an engineer to a teammate, but this is their sim rig that they're sitting on at the moment.
TSRT. So is it the same name that the team uses in this event? I think that's Sim Racing Team GT3. They are currently P17th, running an Audi. Drivers are L. Smith, Piccolo, Kolyara, Muravyov, and Koops, a driver from different countries also. Most of them come from the Netherlands.
Oh, we've got a response for the ironing board sim rig. It was difficult to believe, but that's actually just a picture taken off the internet as a joke. It was hard to believe, to be honest. I thought that was very intense dedication, but if it is on the internet, that means somebody drove it. Too bad that it's not in this race. I think World Sim Series could actually give a prize if somebody drove an ironing board sim rig.
Also, more pictures coming in, so we don't... Convince me it's not close to reality, as the teams are doing such a phenomenal job, and it's not only about the drivers and driving. We have teams that have engineers that are looking after their teams, calculating the strategy, and well, doing similar stuff that the people are doing in real races. So having a bigger team, because the team consists not only of drivers. Well, in reality, there is a lot of guys working in the background, of course, in the pit lane and so on. You don't need a pit crew in the virtual racing. You have it on the virtual part, but well, these calculations, these strategies, you know, you see the engineer is looking at the results of these statistics. He can see the drivers running around the track, so they can easily calculate the traffic and other needed stuff. So some of the teams are actually prepared nicely, and this is the engineer of that sim racing Team GT3 car, if I get it right. Maybe no. Oh, that's a
no, that's
picture of
Aerolab GT HY.
Oh.
That's the engineer for Aerolab GT as well.
Yep. So they're currently
Highest placed
ninth.
Porsche. Highest placed
Yeah.
Porsche.
So a lot of work is being put in, and I'm pretty sure all the teams have a lot of fun participating in this event, especially as they prove that they put in a lot of effort to just race around here, and as they seek better results. That's how this stuff looks behind the cameras. By the way, our camera guys are restless. They're doing a phenomenal job, not missing one single shot, always aiming at the action and at the cars. So applause to them also.
We'll go through more of the sim rigs, I think, later on as well. Maybe we can get a few more teams uploading them. We do want some more action in the YouTube chat. All the teams in the YouTube chat, let us know how the nighttime went for you.
Oh, the Audi is having some drift time.
I think we're back to a little bit of lag.
Yeah.
It does look funny. It really does,
Wow.
but I don't think that's how they're actually driving on track at the moment.
Looks phenomenal, actually. I thought the team was having kind of a lot of fun around the corners. They are not driving straight, they are drifting, but yeah, this is definitely lag. You wouldn't drive a GT3 car, especially an Audi RA GT3 in this matter. Yeah, you see BMWs running sideways. So this is a lot to handle, not only for the drivers, but actually for the hardware. Because this is a big track. It has a lot of polygons, a lot of 3D graphics. It has to do a lot of calculations because we have a lot of cars running on this track, which is a long one. So that's a huge amount of data that the computers have to process, and sometimes they get tired. So it's not only about humans that get tired, it's also about the hardware, which is being used for events like these that comes that faces some issues and difficulties. So from time to time we get these weird pictures. I hope it's not getting into way, and it kind of adds a little bit of fun fact.
Somebody has an RGB headset.
Nice. I'm looking at it at the screen. Look at the way the Audi is being driven around the Nordschleife circuit. Imagine if that was real, and the guys would be running in P3, driving the car at a style like this. And interesting setup. You can see the front of the car lifting up, and the rear word stepping out.
It does look very funny sometimes.
I'm waiting for the drift part.
I don't know if it's gonna happen again. I think if you wait for it, it's not gonna happen.
You have to not wait it. You don't have to tell it that you're looking at it. I think this was a real slide. I think they had a moment for real. At a corner that you definitely know the name of.
That
go.
was, I think, on the exit of
Yeah.
Oh, nice. That's a big drift. It does look funny, and we had a lot of comments about Tokyo Drift at the start. Some messages from the teams. They said night was sketchy, drift race for Audi, holidays on ice for Audi. We do see, from my very limited French knowledge, I think that said good luck for the rest of the race to Stefan. Sorry if that wasn't right, but that's my limited French knowledge for you there. Very limited French knowledge.
You have a lot of knowledge. I've noticed you know quite a lot of languages, well, at least some parts of
the most important
language.
parts to make yourself look nicer. But,
that's
to make yourself look more smart. Mancos Resin Racing Team, by the way, they're at the moment in third position. And they're on 8 long stop. Sean Clark Racing have completed their 8th long stop. That's Leif in the car at the moment. He is improving his lap times, an 18.6, and one of the fastest cars on track, except for the Mancos Resin team, who's actually going quickest at the moment. 8 long stops for everyone in the top 3. Italia Racing Team GT3 on 9. The gap at the front of the field is 340 seconds. So that is 5 minutes and 40 seconds at the front of the GT3 field. It's a gap that you're not going to get back with pace. It is a gap that you might get back with mistakes or issues for others. Is this a battle for position?
Yep, it is. Position number 10. That's between RKFL and IRT number 2 again. So they've battled it out. They are battling out, and they're battling once again. And I think the IRT number 2 car just took that spot down the up the Döttinger Höhe straight.
And the Audi is coming back at the BMW. That's the place.
The BMW coming back, actually.
Oh, right, I'm watching a replay at the moment. That's why we're a little bit behind. This is actually a bad part to overtake right before the Döttinger Höhe is probably the worst part you can overtake someone. And actually, in not as often in real world, but in sim racing, you often see, coming onto the last lap, you might see somebody actually give up the position right before the Döttinger Höhe, then stay right behind Fru Galgenkopf, and then they overtake back on the straight. So it is strategy, part of the virtual Nürburgring strategy. Normally in real life, people don't risk things like that. We have a question. What app is that leaderboard? You might know that.
We will try to answer that as quick as possible. Substanding, I believe.
Yes, substanding.
Called substanding.
Substanding global. That's
well, not global. It's substanding, and the global is the part of the app that shows the results. It has more features and options. You can use it actually also while racing. It has that nice relative standing table for you to use as a racer. The global standings for the broadcasters.
I'm just checking if we've got any requests for interviews. Yes, we already covered this message that you're looking at. I'm looking to see if we've got any requests for people wanting to interview. We've got someone from the Aerolab GT team. I'm going to give it up to Lorinas to actually figure out when the driver will jump into the interview room.
That's the engineer, actually.
Engineer, right, engineer. But looking at the results, some more interesting parts. Like I said, the Italia Racing Team GT3 and the Spectron Racing Team, they're on 9 long stops with just over 4 hours to go in, just actually under 3.5 hours to go in this race. So they've got only 1 more long stop to do. And that Mancos Resin team on 8, they're at risk. And actually, they just pitted and let the Italia racing car through. So we are looking at an interesting battle here, and actually how it pans out throughout the rest of these 3.5 hours. I do have a stewarding sheet. That is a very long sheet, definitely. I can tell you, it is 92 incidents that have been investigated.
92 incidents, so that's less than 1 incident per lap, because we have 142 laps completed by the leading team. So this is a nice count of incidents. It's not big and not huge. So that only proves that the drivers are constantly improving. We had races where we had a lot of incidents in the past, and this seems to be a nice race so far in that department.
Yes, and I see a lot of, because the stewards actually put in a report of what happened. A lot of them are nothing serious, nothing serious, nothing serious. A few stop and goes for unsafe re-entries, warning, nothing serious, nothing serious. A lot of the incidents are just racing incidents or nothing serious, or even nothing to see. We can see a few bumps, we can see a few light crashes, but there's really not that many. Not that. I like this message. Unlucky 46. Unlucky.
A nice number for a car, one of the famous ones.
So we are gonna head on to a quick interview with the engineer of car number 51, Aerolab GT. Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
First of all, is it a good morning, and is it even a morning? Where are you in the world right now?
I'm from the Netherlands, so for me it's 11:30, so it's just past morning now.
I guess depends on who you ask. If it's still morning.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, true.
Did you have some nice night sleep? Or
Well,
were
I
you...
actually slept too much, so I said to the team, yeah, I'm just gonna lay in bed for a bit and I'll be right back. And I slept for 2 or 3 hours, and they had to wake me up, so quite unfortunate, but all right.
Oh, that's actually sounds harsh. I slept too much, and then you say you slept for 2 or 3 hours. So imagine you'd say that same thing every day. I slept too much, and it was for 3 hours.
Yeah, well, it wasn't really a planned sleep, so then it's too much.
How has the race been going? You know, you've been the lead Porsche for the whole race. You are 5 laps down, but 9 long stops done already. A few cars ahead on 8. It is looking like a battle between the non-Audis that you're participating in today.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of BMWs. We've been battling a few, had some contacts, and yeah, but the guys are driving amazingly. The Nick Bremkamp, who's driving currently, he's putting, I think he's done 20 laps now, behind back to back. So he's probably gonna swap any minute now. But yeah, he's doing amazing. So yeah, proud of them.
How did the choice to take the Porsche come about? I do love the Porsche, but it does look like a car that's maybe not up to that exact same speed that the Audi is. So how did the choice of Porsche come about?
Well, we were practicing and it felt really nice at first, and it was one of the 3 cars which we were deciding between. But when you have 3 people in your team that are big Porsche fans, yeah, the choice is easily made. So now we're sort of looking back and nobody else is using the Porsche, so we're sort of looking back at it like, oh, it might have been a bit smarter to pick a different car, but we're happy to drive the Porsche. You know, we're the only Porsche that is driving, and we're proud of that. So I'm sitting here in my Porsche merchandise, so proud to drive the Porsche.
We have been saying all morning, and a lot of reports from the stewards, that this has been the cleanest 24-hour race to date on the World Sim Series platform. Does it feel like that for you?
Yeah, it does. It's very relieving when I woke up and I heard that there were no big incidents. So it's yeah, I'd rather have a sort of clean race than have a very chaotic race where we're dropping everything. So I'm not complaining.
Nice. Is this the first event you're participating on World Sim Series, like the 24-hour event, or have you a lot of background before, a lot of experience?
I've done 2 endurance races, which were just community races, and I think 2 or 3 weeks ago I've done the 12 hours of Sebring on the AC Friends endurance list, and yeah, this is my first endurance on the World Sim Series category.
Nice to hear that. So P9 out of 40 GT3 cars is a nice achievement, and it's still looking good. You're on the same lap as 2 cars ahead. That's Windsiders
Yep.
Motorsports and Breaking Point Racing 2. I'm pretty sure you're following up with that and trying to figure out how your team could overtake them. By the way, are you only engineering the team, or you're also driving? And we forgot to introduce ourselves and you to our viewers. If that's a good moment to tell us your name now.
Well, my name is Luca Iska. I come from the Friesland province in the Netherlands, and I'm a primarily engineer for Aerolab GT, and sometimes I drive, such as the Sebring. Yeah, and I love engineering and do my stuff. It really helps the drivers, because the drivers who are not driving, they can really take a break and not really pay attention to everything. So it helps them a lot, and I like to do it. So
Yep,
it
surely
helps
that
everybody.
helps. It does, and it's nice to see that the teams are not only consist of drivers, but also of full proper team consistency with engineers.
Yep.
Well, the engineering part, are you doing that only in sim environment, or that does have something to do with your real work background?
It does actually. At the moment, I am studying race engineering in the Netherlands, so it's sort of I study race cars and all that, so it's sort of in my lane already, and it's what I want to do in the real world one time, somewhere in the future. So yeah, this is actually the 24 is my sort of dream to do in the future, the actual 24. So yeah, it is something in my lane that I want to do.
I'm pretty sure you'll have the chance, the ability to do that. I know and work with guys out of engineering world with the engineering background, so you just have to take your steps, and I don't see anything that come into way of avoiding that. So yeah, good luck with that. What were your expectations before the start of the race? Did you have kind of targets, places where you'd like to be at during the race and finish, or you just came here to have learning experience and fun?
Well, originally I really tried to just enjoy the race, because we started in P25, so I didn't really expect much. I just really hoped we would get through the first hour safely. So yeah, we're currently in P9, and that's way above my expectations. As in, we've gained a lot of places since the start, especially in the first 5 hours. So it all comes down to the drivers. They've done an amazing job.
Good to hear that, and well, nice job you're doing there. Nice setup you have. A lot of tools to calculate and foresee everything that you need. Yeah, I think it was a nice chat with you. We just can wish you the best of luck. You're doing already an amazing job. Took a lot of places. Maybe you'll have the chance to take a little bit more. I think we see, yeah, a small battle on the racetrack you had.
Yeah, currently battling, yeah.
Oh yeah, and actually you just dropped P10, I believe, on our screens. Yep, our KFL team just came through.
Yeah, we're not big friends with the RKFL.
Oh, you're not big friends.
We've had some contact before with them, so.
Oh, and it looked like it was a clean pass, or your driver was extremely cautious about it. But well, still 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, so that's far from over. A lot of corners have to be completed, so you have to stick at it and do your best job. So it was nice having you and hearing you. So
No problem.
you have a good finish, and good luck with your real experience in racing in the future. Gather your knowledge, and yep, good luck with that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. See if anybody else has been interested in giving us some feedback from what's been going on in the race. Just have a look at the chats and see if anybody else has written. Not yet. If anybody else wants to join us in the commentary booth, you're very welcome to do so. And there's a you can just write loading us on Discord. Back to our regular commentary booth after we've had a nice stroll down pit road here at the Nurburgring. It is a less busy pit lane than you would have in the real 24 hours. It would be 160 plus cars in the pit lane, with many teams sharing pit boxes as well. That's, I guess, a slight negative of sim racing, that you're not able to do those massive grids. Maybe in a few years, the computing power will change. And you'll be able
Of course
to
it
have,
will. Indeed it will. It's always changing and always evolving. So something you can dream of now, it will definitely become reality in the future. We can enjoy a 60 car grid almost a 60 car grid that started this event today. Well, yesterday, but I'm pretty sure we will have the possibility to have 160 teams in the future without any problems for our computers. Yeah, without drifting. And I'm pretty sure the future has much more to offer for us in the sim racing compartment.
I was talking to the founder of World Sim Series yesterday. He said there's a possibility to do 100 cars even now, but the problem would be, for most people, their computers would not be able to handle something like that.
A lot of data. Well, a lot of computers have problems with 57 cars on a track like Nordschleife. So yeah, still something to wait for. We're waiting for an update or an upgrade for the Assetto Corsa title. Everyone is excited about it. No one knows how it's going to come out and what it's going to be like. I'm just hoping it's going to be an upgrade to the original system, because, well, it's one of the best systems we can enjoy now for events like these. It's not the only system, but it's, well, one of the most consistent and comfortable systems to have events like these.
One of the most popular as well in terms of the modding community. You know, this sim has progressed a long way, and you wouldn't even think of an endurance race with driver swaps when the game launched. You wouldn't think of day-to-night transitions. You wouldn't think of rain. You wouldn't think of a lot of things.
You wouldn't think of possibility for real conditions for the sim. It's actually the timing that the day-to-night transition is basically the same as it is in the real Nordschleife circuit. So that's the big part, and the big thanks to the huge community of the Assetto Corsa title, because, well, the development for this title has stopped quite a long time ago already, but it's still evolving and you still get new features from community, and that was the big idea from the developers of the Assetto Corsa title. So I really hope they will transfer quite a lot of features to their next title, which should hit the shelves next year sometime. So it's not a long way to go.
The prediction at the moment is Q2 2020.
So let's say it can be Q4 2024, but it's still 1 year since now, so that's not much. Everyone's excited about it already, but still enjoying the original title, which came out in 2013, I believe.
13, 14, something like that. Yeah.
Yep.
So a long time ago. Almost 10 years ago. Almost.
Yep, almost 10 years ago. So this game has some age for it. The sim has age for it, but, well, it has a lot of experience in it. a lot to offer.
You know, the modding community is very incredible on this game. If you have if you're running on with road cars, you're able to even play a YouTube video inside the sim, which is something incredible, and that's all done by the community and you know, allowed by Assetto Corsa. There's not many titles anymore that do allow modding. I guess Assetto Corsa took the torch from the original R Factor.
Yeah.
And now the modding community is here. I think Assetto Corsa 2 will have to
think about it. Yeah, I hope they will, because that's one of the most preferable features that the sim has to offer. And well, not only sims are evolving, not only sims are working on the features to make that better. World Sim Series platform is also working on that constantly, day and night. And one interesting feature is coming into the system, which was yet to offer. It was worked on for a long time, but finally, after the Nordschleife event for the new season, which is coming from next week in the World Sim Series platform, we will have the driver's license safety system. That means that every driver who is participating in the World Sim Series races, events, and well, daily basis racing system, every driver will have the new safety license enabled, and this should make the racing even more exciting and even more close to reality. The team is really, the World Sim Series stuff are really enjoying the level, the quality of this race, and how well the teams are prepared. It was part of the regulation for this event. The drivers had to complete a bunch amount of laps, and they had to fit in to a certain lap time to be able to enter this race. And I think this is one part or one step why we see the race this weekend as it is. Better for the teams, better for the stewards. The drivers are actually behaving and doing quite a nice job on the racetrack. Even while drifting around the corners, they are doing that in a really safe manner.
By the way, when we were talking to car number 31, that overtake...
Aerolabs, yep, with Luca.
That overtake that you saw with the number 9 car, that wasn't actually a safe overtake. I think we didn't quite catch all of it.
Yep, okay.
Because it is a drive-through penalty now for the number 9 car. So I guess we didn't see the whole of that overtake.
Yep, we didn't. I just saw the position swap. So I caught the end of that maneuver, the very end of that maneuver. So we don't have the replay system yet. And I don't think we will have in the original Assetto Corsa title. Maybe next year with the AC2 we have. Well, I'm pretty sure we will have those opportunities, because we already have that in ACC platform, which was developed and was developed by the same developers as the AC title. ACC is kind of not the continuation of the original title. ACC is more of a side project, but it is from the same team, and they have already figured out how to implement replays. So that's something we are impatiently waiting for. Well, maybe patiently waiting for. But right now we can only trust our memories and our vision, and sometimes our vision fails on us.
I look back at that overtake, and actually our cameras didn't catch it. Okay, the camera switched, and there was contact there, obviously, because the car went off the road a little bit. The Porsche went off the road a little bit, but there was definitely contact there. So drive-through penalty for the number 9 car. And Aerolab has completed their final long stop of the day. Quite a few teams have already, with 3 hours to go, so that would mean the last 3 hours being taken by a single driver if they want to keep on strategy.
I think some of the teams will have a little bit more long mandatory pit stops. Maybe, well, that comes from incidents or some unforeseen situations. We've had these in the past. Well, actually, with the change of the driver, you are not sitting for 4 minutes in the pit lane. You can do that faster, so that kind of doesn't give you the need to take those 4 minutes pit stops.
But
if you want to do the driver change, but you're losing a little bit.
I think when you're doing the driver change, you have to do the 4 minutes.
Okay, that's maybe in the regulations.
I'm gonna...
Yep, we will find that out.
I will find out.
If we are uncertain of some parts about this race, we definitely have a lot of people to chat to, and they will give us the correct answers. Sometimes we come into situations with Gustas where we get lost. So we are only humans too. Some parts of our brain cells are drifting sometimes as you see the cars on your screens. You could see similar moments in our brains, which we transferred to our broadcast live. On our screens, Sean Clark Racing, 1.1 lap advantage against the Cortec Racing 1 team. 9 long stops versus 8 long stops, so it's still far from over. I think some of the teams, especially the Sean Clark Racing team, have heard Gusta's recommendation about the strategy yesterday to try and kind of save those long stops to the end, to have the possibility to fix the car if something happens and not lose time. You can do this in this sim environment. Of course, if you'd have a huge crash in reality, no long pit stops would help you out because, well, a big damage sometimes takes maybe up to 1 hour to get fixed, and sometimes even longer. So you don't have to worry about things like these in the virtual world. Which helps you with the results you are trying to seek, if you come in trouble, of course. But still, well, having those opportunities towards the end, it kind of makes you feel a little bit safer and maybe lets you risk a little bit more in some sort of situations. But yeah, we have this moment in our race where some teams have a little bit more long pit stops remaining and the others have already completed those. So this is also a different strategy. Yep. Okay, so you were correct.
I read the regulations as well, but I wanted to be sure. I wanted to be 100% sure what I wanted to.
Box 33 just had a very long lap time, and also Spectron Racing. So
it could be long stops.
That is long pit stops. 12 minutes 24 versus 11 minutes and 30. So one team took a little bit longer in the pit lane. Well, actually 11:30. That's a little bit less for a long pit stop, unless you enter the pit lane and cross the line before you stop. Maybe that's why it is 11:30, because, well, one lap time around Nordschleife takes roughly 8 minutes and 20 seconds with that 4 minutes long
because
pit
the
stop.
lap time might only start calculating once the driver is back in the car.
Yep, maybe.
And it takes a few minutes for him to actually load in.
So hopefully it's not too short for that long pit stop for the Spectron Racing team that are currently 5th in the overall standings. I think we have 33 GT3 cars still racing on the grid, and we have 13 BMWs on the racetrack. We had 40 GT3s and I think we had 17 BMWs, so still the large amount of teams that started this race are still doing it. We have some teams that are taking pit stops right now. We don't have small gaps in the BMW class, with the ATAC sim racing team still comfortably in the lead. The lead is roughly a little bit less than 2 minutes, so they are on the same lap. So anything might go wrong. They have
Closest gap in the BMWs is 100 seconds, a minute and 40 seconds. The closest gap.
And this is for the battle this is the battle for P1 actually, and you can safely say
There's
that
another
it's
one
happening.
actually. I was talking about another one for quite a few battles actually in that 100-second range. If we do look at did Attack how did Attack Sim Racing lose the lead? They were a lap ahead.
Well, on my screen they didn't lose the lead. Maybe they had a pit stop.
Okay.
But I see them
but
in the
they-
lead actually right now. Yep, it's not. I think they were
Okay.
in the pit lane. That's why they are on the same lap. Two teams are the first and the second team in the BMW class are on the same long pit stop count. So maybe that has to do something
But I
with
believe
that.
they were on the same long pit count even before. So it's somewhere.
They had a penalty 3 hours ago. It was a drive-through penalty, so it hadn't
No,
been
that
too long.
that wouldn't. I don't think that would have an effect here. A drive-through is not something where you lose a full lap.
Yeah, but well, anyways, right now they are in the lead, back in the lead. It was MNG Sim Racing Club which crossed the line first. Last time they crossed the line, it's reversed on our sim screen at the in the results table. If you would go to World Sim Series platform, you would see that MNG Sim Racing Club is leading the race. The gap was 2 minutes and 6 seconds, so definitely something to do with those pit stops. I'm pretty sure about that. Maybe ATAC had a pit stop earlier, and MNG Sim Racing had that pit stop. And
I'm just trying to have a look through all the stewards reports, but
yep, I'm pretty sure MNG Sim Racing made their pit stop on this exact lap, so we just have to wait and see what the results are when the cars will cross the line this time by. And it takes quite a lot of time. One lap time for a BMW is roughly 9 minutes and 20 seconds, maybe a little bit more. The pace differs from team to team, but the status quo is exactly the same as it was.
maybe somebody can answer that in the YouTube chat. How did the gap change? Saw a lap. I remember seeing a lap between them on the same amount of long pits.
It's racing. You have a lot of teams participating here. We don't have the ability to follow up everything what's happening on the racetrack. It's basically impossible right now at this moment. It would be easier if we would have racing on the ACC platform, because we have nice tools for that, with much more information for us. Like the stint times for the teams and other useful information. We have quite much less of data for our eyes to follow up, so we only trust our eyes, our vision, and our reaction to kind of cycle through the standings and race a little bit together with the teams around the Nordschleife circuit and try to figure out. So sometimes we all we do is trying to figure out and help you to understand what's happening on the racetrack. Of course, as teams, you are kind of racing your rivals and you are watching them, and you are in the knowledge of what's happening at the track right now.
It's the long pit situation in the M235Is. They're the whole of the top 5 except 5th place, who's on 8. Everybody else has completed 9, so 1 more to go for those. Sean Clark Racing on 8 long stops. Cortec in P1 with 9. 9 for Italia Racing GT3. Mancos Resin on 9. And 10 for Spectron Racing Team.
Yep, sometimes you can have those position changes simply for having penalties applied, like for the QKS Sim Racing Team. They have they have a stop and go penalty, which is of 173 seconds for some sort of rule infringement.
That's, I think, for doing a driver swap and not doing a long pit.
Yep, so
we were talking about this, if you're if you're allowed to do this. No, and then now we see a penalty for that as well. So in terms of the top 5 overall and in the GT3 class, the Spectron Racing Team and Mancos Resin Team, considering their difference in terms of their long stops, that's still a battle going on for 4th position. Still a battle between the Italia Racing car and the Mancos Resin team as well. That's a gap of 150 seconds, and Mancos Resin going very quickly and setting their fastest lap of the race, 8-minute 12.5. And that's the 2nd fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap still held by Jan Nims. Let's see if we'll continue to complete this race tonight. You have the Windsiders Motorsport car in what is 6th place at the moment in GT3s. They're on 8 long stops and are gonna lose some time, but quite a few teams already on 10 long stops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 teams in the GT3s already on 10 long stops, so they've either completed their driver change strategy or had to stop a few more times. In the M235i class, it's 1, 2, 4, 5 cars who've completed 10 of their long stops, and we're looking at a class of 17 cars. We did have a disqualification last night of the RSTP esports team. That was for not taking a penalty. That was 7 hours ago. They got a drive-through for crossing the pit exit or entry line, and then they didn't serve the penalty and they got disqualified. And I believe that is the only disqualification of today's race. We check. Yes, it is. That is the only disqualification that we had today. By the way, Sean Clark Racing completing their 146th lap of the Nurburgring Nordschleife. As I said, predicted laps around the 170 mark. I want to go deep dive statistics. I'm going to have a look at how many laps were completed last year and figure out how close we are to beating last year's record.
Okay, Sean Clark Racing are definitely on high pace this past 21 hours. And by the way, we just crossed like 4 minutes ago the 21-hour mark, so only 3 hours of the Nordschleife event remain this weekend. We are slowly but surely approaching the finish line.
Do
shortly.
you want to guess who won the last Nürburgring 24 hours?
Sean Clark Racing?
Yes. But actually without Yandims. It was Sean Clark Racing taking the win, also in the Audi R8 LMS, and they completed 165 laps. So 165 laps, that's the record amount of laps done. We're at 146, so they need to complete around 20 laps in the next 3 hours. That is very doable. So if the race pace continues like this, we're gonna break the record that the team set last year. For the TCRs, it was 152 laps. We don't have the TCRs this year. We have the BMW and 235i's, but the TCRs were around 20 seconds quicker around a lap of the Nürburgring, so we're not going to see that record broken this year. It was the Cortec 1 car winning last year. In the TCRs, GT3 was Sean Clark Racing taking the win. Yandim has actually finished 6th in last year's 24 Hours of Nürburgring. Was with Simona Survanas, but that was as part of the AOR racing team.
Yeah, but still the same. The main part of the driver lineup was the same, and this year it looks like they Jan Nemts came with a slightly better setup if they are up to break the record of the Nordschleife event, because it's happening on the same system. Maybe the conditions are a little bit different, which allows drivers to be faster, because the pace of the race depends on what the conditions are around the racetrack. So maybe that has something to do with the breaking of the records. But still, that's a nice catch by Kostas Grimbergas, who's secretly known as the big man of statistics. He's always there. He has his digits right in front of him. I'm not sure where he's finding them that fast. Maybe he has a Excel table prepared.
No, I have a very because of the ease of the World Sim Series system, you can go into drivers and see what events they've won, especially the special events. So normally you just go onto Jan Nims's account and you can find any special event you want, because it's likely been won. But actually I couldn't find it on Jan Nims's account. I had to go to Simon Speff's account, who's actually in the team with Jan Nims this year. And it was a win for him. So that's the easiest way I find to find results for years previous.
There are the tips coming from the man himself, Kostas Grimbergas. Yeah, so yesterday I had a question in mind for you. I forgot to ask, well, I didn't have the opportunity to ask it, but Kostas Grimbergas is not only a driver who is well known with sim racing world, he's actually a race car driver with some nice experience in his pocket, no matter of his age. He's I think the youngest Asia Le Mans winner, if I'm not
was
mistaken.
ACO Rules Racing at the time.
Yeah.
That has been now beaten, I believe, but I held on to that record for a few years.
So the guy you are listening to is actually a guy with quite a lot of good experience from real racing world, and I'm pretty sure Kostas Grimbergas has driven on the Nordschleife track. So I wanted to ask you, what's the fastest car you've driven around the Nordschleife track in real world?
Haven't raced on the Nordschleife. I've driven the Nordschleife
not raced,
in a Porsche GT3 road car. But it takes some time to get used to it. And this is one of those tracks where it does take a very long time. Once you jump off from the sim, to get to the track and realize the scale of it, the ups and downs, the altitude of this place, it really is something else. It is incredible. And that's the difficult part. I would say this is one of those tracks where it really is, you only learn where it is right and left from the sim, but once you get to the real place, you have to calm yourself down quite a lot.
Adaptation takes time. Is it easier to drive around here on sim, or it's better to do it in real life? I mean, you don't have you are not afraid to drive around the track on the virtual part, but I'm pretty sure you have your hands full while driving a real car around the Nordschleife. So, is it easier to learn the track in Sims or in real life? Because quite often I hear people saying, "Oh, it's too hard to do racing on Sims. I don't feel anything."
Say the real track is maybe a little bit more difficult, but not because the track is more difficult, but because of the scale of the place. There's so much that changes lap after lap. You're kind of arriving blind every single time. That's the difficult part of this place. It's not really the feeling of the car. I would say that's maybe a little easier in real life, the feeling of the car for most people, but I feel like the real life version is just much more difficult because of those changes that do happen around this place, and just the size of it and the amount of cars. It's I would say more difficult in the real world than it is on the sim to go at that incredible speed. You know, these sim racers, they've got the chance to do thousands of laps around the Nordschleife, which would be very expensive in the real world to give yourself that opportunity. So it's not easy. It's definitely, I would say, harder to do it on the real track than on the sim.
Yep, you are sitting in something that would cost you a lot of money, and actually you have your life in your hands because, well,
not only of yourself, but of other people on the track.
Yeah.
Also spectators, marshals around the circuit, you know, all the staff. Yes, motorsport is dangerous, but you know, you've still got your wallet that might become very, very light, and you've also got obviously your life. And I would say that's your own safety is probably #1 priority, and then comes money and other things.
A lot of factors that can influence the experience of driving around the Nordschleife circuit in real life. But definitely having those virtual versions of the racetracks, which are laser scanned, that definitely still help you a lot if you want to have those real life experiences, because, you know, while it's different.
But you
in real
learn
life,
where to turn. You learn where's right, where's left. And
of course,
thinking of how many hours you spent in the sim, you're likely going to spend the exact same amount of time in the real world. So for example, I would say to get to know the Nordschleife, to know where I'm actually going, not to be going at maximum speed, but I knew where I was going on the sim. I spent around 10 hours to learn the track, to be okay at it, and then obviously you always keep perfecting your lines. So imagine doing 10 hours just to learn the track. Okay, you might do it in 6 and 8, but that's a lot of driving.
Because 10 hours gives you, what, the opportunity to complete 50 laps around Nordschleife, which is not a lot.
More. Depends how fast you go. Maybe if you were driving, maybe it was.
Definitely would be.
I would say
less laps.
In 10 hours, 10 hours, you would be completing more than I think.
Yeah, okay, maybe 80 laps. That's a quick calculation in my head, rough calculations. I don't have my calculator, but if you do a lap in 8 minutes, you can do.
Because you'd be lapping, lapping also the shorter track in the real world. You'd be missing if you would be doing it on a track day or a tourist day, you'd be only lapping the Nordschleife. You wouldn't be lapping the GP track.
So roughly 6 minutes per lap.
If you're going very fast, yes, in the GT. But you wouldn't be able to do it in a tourist parking session. So you would be running around If you're fast, you'd be running around a under 7-minute bridge to gantry lap time. If you're a bit slower, and obviously depends on the car as well, but likely for your first few laps, you're going to be running over an 8-minute bridge to gantry lap time.
Yep, so that's 6 to 7 laps. So that gives you 60 to 70 laps in a 10 hours time. So I wasn't that far off.
Well, it's 10 laps around the Nordschleife, so
It's not much, it's not much. What, it's the 10 laps is just a couple of laps, a couple of hours, so...
250 kilometers.
Yeah.
It's light work.
I'll do the distance this afternoon, a little bit more. Not around the Nordschleife circuit. I have to go home, so I'll have that in mind. I will be calculating laps around the Nordschleife while I'll be traveling down the straight to my home. Back to racing, we have some teams putting in their personal fastest lap times, actually around the Nordschleife circuit after that 21-hour mark has passed, including the Bing Bong Racing team and the MT24HS. 8 minutes 24 for the Bing Bong, 8 minutes 21 for the MT24 Hours team. They are currently 11th and 14th. MT24 Hours team is currently in battle with the traffic. So one BMW is in the background and the move is already completed, but there are 2 GT3 cars on the same part of the racetrack. We have to figure out which one is faster, but it looks like that Audi is getting away from the BMW, or oh, that's actually Cortec Racing 1 team, so they had to deal with traffic and basically 2 cars at one time. Is that Sean Clark Racing? In our views, so I believe Sean Clark is possible. Are they basically on the same spot of the racetrack? Yep, they are separated by 1 lap. So I believe
That's a Mercedes in front.
No, Mercedes in front, but our camera guy doesn't catch it. I'm not sure why. We should be looking at Cortec Racing team. Oh, that's Cortec
This is the Cortec Racing team car.
Okay, so
but Sean Clark is a little bit further up the road, about a kilometer up, a bit less than that actually.
Okay, yep, that's Sean Clark Racing. So I kind of had a mismatch by catching the teams.
They are similar cars though. Yes.
Oh yeah, that's the MT24 Hours cars.
They're also both Audis.
Yep. So my bad. So we still have pretty close gaps around the field. Breaking point are only 9 seconds behind RKFL Mad Racing team at this moment, and Breaking Point are the team that is using the Mercedes AMG GT3 car for this event.
Highest Mercedes in the field, by the way. Again, the non-Audi race, that's led by the Spectron Racing team in P5. They're the highest non-Audi. And then box 33, that is the highest BMW in the field. Then the Breaking Point Racing 2 car, that's the highest Mercedes. The Aerolab GT Tri, that is the highest Porsche. And we do not have any other manufacturers on the grid. There are more teams using a different manufacturer than Audi, but we do not have any Ferraris here today. We don't have any Lamborghinis here today, and we don't have any Nissan GTRs today. I would have expected at least one team to pick a Lamborghini.
Yep, we
and a Ferrari.
Well, it wasn't in their choice. They had the choice, but non-teams made that choice, and we have a grid of cars that are basically Audi R8s.
Audi R8 Cup.
Basically an Audi R8 Cup race this afternoon or this last day. But it's still a GT3 race, and we still have different manufacturers in the top 10, even though that's not much. Audi
In the top 5, you know, the Spectron Racing Team car has done an incredible job to put their McLaren into the top 5. And they've also already completed all of their long stops. They're
braking point, using all the width of the racetrack and a little bit more.
Yeah, so they have a chance to actually jump up into 4th position, or even they're quite close to podium, considering their long stop situation. So if they don't have to do another long stop, they are within a chance to get a podium. We're back to drifting a little bit by the Breaking Point Racing Mercedes, but hopefully those issues will be solved very quickly. Don't have any more
Guest requests.
guest requests.
We are hard to find, and that's no problem. We know that our office is hidden somewhere in that big building, located near the Nordschleife circuit. On every corner. Wow, Tokyo Drift.
Yes, we're back to drifting for the moment. Sometimes happens, but it spices up the race a little bit. Makes it more intense with a little bit of drifting action on track.
Yep, it does.
We are looking at Breaking Point car still. And I want to actually have a look at the statistics for that car as well. It's always very interesting to see where each driver is in terms of their pace. So for the Breaking Point car, we do have Beton on a fastest lap of an 8:20. Then they have Marquez on a fastest lap of an 8:37, 8:16 for Perry, 8:27 for Bao, and Curtis on an 8:26. So that 8:27, I wonder how much time it actually lost them. Look. I'm losing the timing script a little bit. Right. It will, for me, an interesting point is to see how will the guys in the Sean Clark Racing Team choose to do their long stops? They've got 2 more long stops to go, and I wonder why they haven't completed them. I understand keeping them to the end, but they're probably going to do 2 driver swaps. So we are looking at probably 2 more driver swaps for them, so because they need to complete 2 more long pits. Cortec, 1 more long pit, and they will be done. So they will catch up a little bit to the driver, the 5 driver pairing in the number 3 Sean Clark Racing car. And we're gonna have a short break. We're gonna try and get this drifting fixed, and we will be back with you shortly. And welcome back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We're into the final 2 hours of this race. 22 done, 2 to go. And it is still the Sean Clark Racing team at the front of the field. Simon Speff now behind the wheel, taking the penultimate, almost penultimate stint, I think, of this car. And they've got one more long pit stop to do. Cortec Racing 1 have done all of their long pit stops. Italia Racing have done all of their long stops. And Manco's Resin team, they still owe us one more. And Spectron Racing team have done all of them. That's your top 5. They're all separated by a gap of 2 laps. And then the M235i class, that is M&G Sim Racing Club ahead of Attack Sim Racing, who have completed 10 long stops. M&G Sim Racing Club have completed only 9, and Attack should cross the line any second now, I believe. They could have been in the pits. So we'll see how big that gap is between them. Let's just have a look at the M235i class, if we can find the teams in it. This is M&G Sim Racing Club, 34th overall and first in class. Attack Sim Racing 57 seconds behind.
Okay, so the lead changed again because ATAC Attack Sim Racing were in the lead. The last time we've checked the leaderboards, they were in a battle. I think it did have something to do with those pit stops at that time, but ATAC were leading the race, and as far as my memory goes, they were in the lead for the most part of this event. So maybe it's again something to do with those pit stops. Why
so
we see
ATAC was the car that was a lap in front.
Yep, it was. So.
At one point in the race, and they were on equal long pits. Now that gap has gone down, obviously 10 long pits for the ATAC car.
That's why they were second.
MNG are on 9, so it is a gap between the cars of 74 seconds. If we take out the long pit, that gap is going to go up to 3 minutes, with Attack in the lead. Baklashani in 3rd place, and they are only 38 seconds behind the Attack car. Baklashani on 9 long pits, so there's still a chance for them to maybe catch up. It's a 2.5 minute gap to the M&G Sim Racing Club car. Depending on the pace, well, 2 hours to go will be difficult to catch, but still possible.
But they still have to do that one long pit stop.
Yes,
so
but MNG have to as well.
Oh yeah, MNG they do have to.
Yes.
I was looking at the ATAC Sim Racing, Attack Sim Racing. They have them long.
Yeah, so I think Attack Sim Racing, if they don't do anything crazy, they're gonna cruise to the win today with a nice 3-minute lead. But yeah, I would say it's a battle between Baklashani and MNG for second position. Benex top trap. Well, Benex is a lap behind. They're kind of out of it. Then it's a top trap. QKS, JSRA, Pretty Ninja Endurance Team, HM Racing, that Sim Racing Team BMW, Tamer Force, Ben Selinker, that's in 11th, 12th for Breaking Point Racing, 13th for B&B Racing, and AS Mackie, the final car, still on the circuit. They are in 14th position. 11 long stops for the QKS team, but even when a top trap makes their final 10th pit stop, that is not going to change the situation. It's still going to be a top trap who are in front, because it is a big 5-lap gap. In terms of the GT Freeze, again, it is Sean Clark Racing on 9 long stops, leading the field. Then you've got Manco's Resin team, who are second at the moment, but they do owe us one more long pit stop. Cortec have completed all of their long stops, and they are in well, a virtual second position, I would call it. And then you've got the Italia racing car. They are 100 seconds behind. They're just taking a standard service pit stop, it should be, because they have completed 10 long stops themselves.
Maybe they're still on the long stop. Well, I think Giuseppe Amazei will join our broadcast shortly when he'll have the chance to do so, and I think that teams had some sort of problem, so we will have stories to listen.
Spectron Racing Team in P5, still the highest running non-Audi. They have completed 10 stops, but they completed that over an hour ago, so let's see if they actually can keep going with the same driver, but they are in a hunt, or at least trying to hunt down the car in 4th position. That gap is going crazy at the moment, but it should stabilize any second now, and we'll see what the actual gap to the Italia racing car is. And you've also got that Mancos resin car. That's the main battle for the Spectron racing team, but still within a shot of a podium here this afternoon, actually. Then it's the box 33 car in 6th place. That is the highest BMW in our field. Windsiders Motorsport are in 7th. 8th place for the RKFL Mad Racing Sim Sport. Aerolab GT in 9th position, highest placed Porsche in the field. For in 10th, it's Breaking Point Racing 2 in the highest place, Mercedes in the field. Then it's MT24HS in 11th. 12th for Bing Bong Racing Team. Assetto Corsa in 13th. IRT number 2, 14th. 15th for Box 33. KRT Endurance 16th. 17th. That Sim Racing Team. ACRT 18th. 19th for Manolo Racing. 20th for Scuderia Kinakrut. 21st Motorhome Team Racing Esports. WBR is sitting in 22nd. Les Darons du Sim Racing are in 23rd. 24th for Race System Nancy. 25th for CKAK Motorsports. Team Pacho in 26th. 27th for Papuenos Racing Club. 28th for Pri Moschettieri. Yellow Flag SR, 29th. 30th, RKFL Mad Sim Sport Academy. 31st, Track Hawk. It's Evolution Racing Serbia in 32nd. And SimK Masteric in 33rd. And I think that is the final car still running in terms of the GT3 class. The highest placed M235i of M&G Sim Racing Club. They are in the 4th position overall. And we've still got a grid of 47 cars on track. That is 10 retirements from the race, most of them coming from the GT3s, and 3 M235is have retired as well. One has been disqualified, but everyone else is a retirement. That disqualification came from not serving a penalty. They had a penalty that they did not serve, and they got disqualified. So that's our race situation at the moment, with an hour and 49 minutes to go. Well, this is the sprint to the checkered flag. There's still a few battles on track. There's still a few possibilities. There are battles further down the field, but those ones are also separated on long stops when they do the driver changes, because it is some of the teams are well over the 10. We can see 12 for some teams, 17 for Yellow Flag SR, 17 long pit stops. That's quite a lot. 14 for Papuenos, everybody else being on 10. 11 for both Breaking Point and MT24HS. So quite a few long stops done by a lot of the teams. But we are looking at a pretty clear grid right now. Only that final step of the podium maybe is up for grabs. And well, depends what Italia Racing Team can do. Can they catch up those 2 minutes? Spectron have been going pretty quickly, I believe, because Spectron are now at what looks like to be on course to maybe be able to overtake the Mancos Resin team. But let's see what happens once they actually do make their final long pit. Whoever you're going to put in till the end, well, they should be able to manage that race.
We are currently looking at the new features of the World Sim Series that is about to be offered starting next week, I believe, with the new system, with the new season starting on the World Sim Series platform. And as we've already talked about, it's the new driver's safety system, license safety system. So there's a big mind map of the roads, and it's getting implemented into the system for the drivers to get their safety levels sorted out. So basically it will have a couple of safety levels sorted into the unlicensed status. That's where everybody starts with when they register and start racing on the World Sim Series platform. Then we will have the rookie license, then the amateur, then the pro AM, of course going to pro for the most safer drivers, and then we will have the aliens. To be short about what it is, I'm looking at the table and the mindset behind it. It's a pretty big list of features. But basically you will start at the unlicensed level, and you will have to pass the theory test to advance to the rookie session, to the rookie system.
Rookie level.
Yeah, rookie level. So you'll have to do some hot laps. You have to complete some tasks to be able to hold that license, and of course everyone will have the wish to advance. This is going to be a good system to sort out the safety level of the races.
And also the speed level, because it's integrated with both.
It is, yep. So the speed and safety levels will be sorted out. So basically that will give you the chance to race amongst similar skill-leveled drivers, which will make the racing a little bit more consistent. I'm actually looking at the final step of the safety system, and I love how the developers have came to the name of the highest safety level system point, and that's, well, basically alien. So whenever, if you want to become an alien, you have to join World Sim Series platform and do good on it, reach the alien level, and then you will have the opportunity to join all the aliens amongst the sim racing community. 80 to 100 points, so it's basically a point system in the licensing team. And, well, the alien license is going to be an exclusive zone only for the fastest and safest drivers. And the drivers in that levels will be awarded with a premium account free of charge. So it's basically not a badge on your account that you are fast, but you will have the privilege to use all the World Sim Series platform you'll have the chance to use all the benefits of the World Sim Series platform for free. Oh, and the base rating will rise each year for this racing license. So you'll reach it, but that doesn't mean that you will stay in it, because it's going to rise. It's going to kind of make you stay in the system and get better. So to stay in it and use those benefits. So it's nice thinking, nice ideas. I'm pretty sure World Sim Series will present that to the community shortly, and pictures have a better explanations as I can describe them now. So just stay focused, stay with World Sim Series platform. They have something nice to offer in the nearest future.
Back to race, I think MNG Sim Racing Club. No, they haven't made the stop. It looks like they haven't. No, they're still about 70 seconds ahead. And this is still, again, that battle for second place in the 235i class. We are riding on board with the MNG car. Waiting for the final stop of Sean Clark and Mancos Resin have made their final long stop already. And they've got a new driver installed into that car, one of their quicker drivers. 8 minutes 15 was his fastest lap up to this point in the race. You can have a look. This is the Mancos Resin car, but that looks damaged. And
It does.
And if they just made their long stop, you do repair your car in the long stop. You do repair your car in the long stop. How damaged does it look from the outside?
Maybe that's a glitch. I've heard that yesterday the cars had been repaired, but our system didn't catch up with that. So that might also be the case. We have to kind of look at the pace that the Mancos Resin team are able to produce out of this car, but their last lap was pretty slow. It's 8 minutes and 20
because they were coming
seconds.
into the pits. They just exited the pits this lap.
So there's a high possibility that this car is actually fixed, and what we are getting on our screens doesn't reflect the reality of what the car actually looks like.
With this car, what happened was that they just made their long stop. So that means they got a completely new car.
Yeah.
They just switched drivers. They got a completely new car. Did they put it in the wall? I guess we'll know from the pace of the car. Towards the end of, well, in, let's say, around about 15 to 18 minutes, we'll kind of know where that car actually stands in terms of its pace. But yeah, it does look heavily damaged.
Okay, I think with 1 hour and 40 minutes of race remaining, we still have some nice guest lists remaining for our broadcast. We will have the chance to chat with Jan Nimtz and Giuseppe Mazei, and I think the first in line at this moment is Jan Nimtz. He should be well prepared to join our commentators booth, and the best news is that Jan Nimtz is already familiar where he needs to come to join our chat. So I'm eager to see, to hear the story from the Sean Clark Racing team about how their race is evolving. We see that everything goes smooth and nice. But to hear from the man himself, who is about to become an alien in the World Sim Series platform, not only by words, but he will get a badge to kind of prove that. So while we are trying to sort that out, we will head out to that commentator's guest booth shortly. So give us a moment. And we are back again. Our team has just, our commentators' team has just gone bigger again. We are 3, not 2 anymore. So, hi Jan, can you hear us loud and clear?
Yes, loud and clear, and welcome back.
Welcome back to you too. So nice to have you. Nice to see that your team is still doing good and being at the same spot you were as we were chatting yesterday. So maybe a couple of words of how your race was going. How did you do the night stint, and what's the remaining strategy for your race?
Yeah, sure. So, first of all, I'm quite relieved that we have made it so far without any major incidents, especially in the night, and also just recently there were very few close calls where we had nearly missed out on some major accidents. So, yeah, I'm just glad we made it through safely so far, and we are trying to tell each other again or remember ourselves, just keep it clean and safe now, don't push anything too hard, and bring it home. So this was also basically what was my night stint. So I just had 2 stints in the night at 12 to 2 a.m. in the morning. And yeah, I also had a very close call basically each lap, and also my lap times then dropped a bit due to that. But overall, nothing to worry about. I'm just glad we're still in the lead and we're maintaining the gap quite well for now. So basically, Simon is now doing the last 2 stints, and to make it through the last stint, we will probably be switching to hard tires in order to save on one last pit stop.
Nice again. It's the second time you share your strategy gladly. Nice to hear that, and nice to see that you are really a gentle racer and a good guy without any secrets. So just simply fast. Speaking about World Sim Series, we just spoke about the new features that will be presented on the World Sim Series platform. Do you know that you will become an official alien shortly?
Good to know. Probably have to change my skin color then, I guess.
Yeah. That's up to you. Yeah, but we will talk about it a little bit later because we will be joined by one of the staff members of the World Sim Series platform. So stay with us on the chat. You will hear the news shortly.
All right. I'm excited.
The race has been going well for you. You've continued on to lead, extended that lead a little bit for tonight. One more long pit. Are you going to be the one to have the honors to take that car to the checkered flag?
No. So, like I said, Simon will do the race final stint. Of course, I'm always ready, basically, and I'm always wanting to drive. But I think that the gap now is so great that we don't have to worry for now about anything, and Simon can just bring it home. So he has all the honor for himself. Yeah, so I was sleeping quite nervously, basically. I woke up like every hour to check, are the guys online that have to drive next? Are there any major accidents about to happen? So you're always ready inside, even though you're really tired in the night. But you always keep your fingers crossed and always checking on the guys. Yeah, so like I said, I'm just glad so far we basically got through the traffic just fine.
Yep, so that's a good recipe for how to win races. Just have a really serious look at what you are doing. It's not only playing games, you take it really hard on yourself and look seriously into it. So I think that's one of the reasons you are doing so well.
Last year, together with Similas, you didn't win the race. Now you're in the car that actually won the race last year. It's not a long time to go, but what has changed from last year? Also, the pace of the race has increased quite a lot. We should, by my calculations, at least break the lap record from last year of 165 laps completed. We're at 156 and still a bit more than an hour and a half to go.
Yeah.
how has the race changed from last year?
Basically, I would say it has not changed too much. So, of course, last year I was in a very similar spot. So I was starting out on pole position. Of course, we had slower lap times in qualification as the track conditions were a lot worse. So we had less grip. Now we had 100% grip right from the start. So basically, last year also had, after 2 stints, I think around about 45-second gap to P2, which was Sean Clark Racing, if I remember correctly. So, but up on the next driver swaps, there were many, let's say, incidents. One guy had connection issues, the other guy pressed escape to pits instead of just exiting the game when doing the driver change, and the other had, I think, some frame drops. So basically it all crumbled somewhere in the night, and I think definitely we had the pace, but a lot of puzzle pieces were not connecting. So this year, I think there's not much different except for that we just know what to do. We checked everything before the race, like do we have a stable frame rate? Do we have a stable internet connection? So basically to test out everything to make sure we just get through the race, because I think pace-wise, there's nothing really much to worry about. So yeah, so to just make sure you know your game, you know?
Sounds real good. Of course, it's not over until it's over, so you're still on track. You still have to commit to what you're doing, but it's good to hear that you are a little bit more prepared than last year. Hopefully, you'll be able to avoid any similar situations. It looks like kind of the battle is already over. You just have to complete your stints. You still have one long pit stop, so I'm pretty sure there will be a driver change. Is it Simonas Urbanos or you jumping?
Actually, he said that Simon is saying.
Yeah, he will.
You missed that. You didn't listen. You weren't listening, Loaded.
I was looking at the date.
Simon will stay in the car. You weren't listening.
But you're completely right? So, like,
okay, repeat all the answers, please.
No worries. So, like you said, right? I mean, last year we were leading, and suddenly we were 6 laps behind the P1. So, it's just that pace is, of course, not the deciding factor. But like I said, all the puzzle pieces have to connect, and so still anything can happen. It's still roughly around about 2 hours, and I'm not relaxed yet. It's over when it's over.
Indeed it is.
And we've also got, I don't know if he's able to speak right now, but also the team manager and
Giuseppe.
one of the Giuseppe and one of the drivers of the car in second place of Core Tech Racing. And I think their night maybe was a little more difficult than yours, but is Giuseppe here as well?
Yes, I'm here. Nice to meet you guys. Nice to hear you again.
Hi, hello.
This is a nice commentators booth. We can gather more teams together to make them meet and know each other. Of course, they know them from the activity of the racetrack, but it's nice to have you both here in our commentators booth. I'm not sure if you're able to maybe swap some advices between yourselves, but actually you are the two teams that are currently, well, still in the battle for the win of this race. Giuseppe, you wrote me that you had some sort of connection issues. How did this influence your racing somehow, or was it just a little bit of stress for what's happening right now on the racetrack?
Oh, well, it was absolutely a stressful situation. But luckily, the internet connection went down just when we were crossing the start-finish line. Okay, and so we didn't lose a single lap. We just lost a bit of time, but we are still in second place. I think that is totally impossible to think to be able to win this race, and so we just continue and bring the car to the pit lane. I mean, this is the only thing we can do to the finish line. I'm sorry, I'm pretty tired. I didn't sleep at all.
But you still gave me a pretty good fight at night when I took over. I think you just passed me when I came out of the pits, and I wanted to go by you as fast as possible. You put up quite a fight, so I had to pull some tricks here and there. I think it went for half a lap or so.
Yeah, we did. Let's say that our only chance was to. We talked, me and Francesco, and the only chance was to give you some kind of mental pressure to hope you make a mistake. Okay,
Not
we
making any
had
mistakes.
no. You didn't make any mistake. So I we went with the long to the to avoid the long pit stop to fight with you. Okay, that was our intention. We just said we have to fight. We have to try to make them nervous to do anything. Okay, we were not staying with our hands
Got your
within the
back.
hands. Okay, we had to do something. We tried. You were absolutely perfect. You at first you flashed at me like, "Hey, let me pass." No, we are not going to do this.
Yeah, I was hoping that you let me by because actually, basically, we were not really fighting on track for position at that moment. But I knew you probably wanted to race, and like I said, I really enjoyed it. I think it was a fair and a hard fight. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks to you. Of course, when you try this kind of strategy, and it is totally mental strategy, try to fight, try to make you lose time. The mistake is just behind the corner
That's true.
for both of us, and the only thing we wanted is to avoid any contact. It has to be a fair play fight, okay? Just on the track with no contacts, and you were very good to able to pass us and to gain again the first position. Zero mistakes by you. We had 2 crashes in this race and an internet connection issue, so it was not our day, but you deserve this victory because you were just perfect. Not only you, Jan, but the entire team today was just perfect. Well done.
Thank
Still
you.
not
Appreciate it.
over. Still not over, guys. It's
True.
still 1 hour and 30 minutes remain. The first thing that you need to focus is on your own team and on your own tasks. That's how you win races. So it was really nice to hear you chat about the situations you had on the racetrack, and you're still in the battle. Don't forget that. While it might look that it's over, it's still 1 hour and 25 minutes of race remaining. So don't give up and continue on your own tasks.
I had that question earlier on, and your 2 teams that have done many of these races, and looking at the statistics, this is the cleanest race to date, cleanest 24-hour race to date on the World Sim Series platform. Does it feel like that to you as the cleanest race since?
Jan, you wanna go first?
Sure, thank you. So I think compared to previous years on the Nordschleife, I think this is overall pretty good, I would say. I think there's always something to improve, especially with the slower guys that don't have all the experience like, for example, I do, or other guys do at the front. But I can, sum it up. It has been a clean race so far, and except for a few heart attacks on the track, it's been pretty clean race so far, yeah.
From my point of view, it was absolutely a very clean race. Of course, incidents are part of the game. Okay, incidents are part of the races, and we cannot avoid that 100%. But of course, looking the statistics was very good. I really think that the penalty tables that World Sim Series had published before the race scared a lot of people. So a lot of people would be aware of causing incidents. The 24 hours of Nordschleife is, of course, the scariest race everyone can ever do. Okay, so that was very good. I just would like to underline our battle with Jan. You, Gustas, told how fun was to hear we chatting, and I think that when more than 1 people are fighting so clean, so So with a lot of respect, but fight 100%, no contacts, and the respect goes even higher and higher. From my point of view, Jan is absolutely a guy I love to race against. He's always faster than me, always. Yeah, every race, Jan, you are absolutely faster than me. So it's an art challenge, and I love to race against him as clean as it was today.
Thank you. Likewise.
You had a nice chance to meet each other, so Giuseppe, maybe now's the time, well, after the chat, where you have the possibility to try and kind of ask Jan's advices for setups.
I would say to actually get him into the team, to offer a contract.
I have to be honest. I don't think he's just set up. Okay, it's just he's maybe he has a good setup, but we have a good setup. It's just faster. In any kind of championship I raced against Jan, any kind of car, any kind of circuit, he's just faster. He's better. I have to say, we have to be honest. He's better
Of
than me,
course.
and we have to respect this.
Thank you very much.
No doubts about that. That's of course the case. That the driver is the biggest influence on the speed of the car. I was just kind of joking around about the setups, but yeah, still maybe some good advices can be shared. Jan is really a nice guy, and he's giving advices with pleasure, and that might help all the community grow and maybe catch up a little bit with Jan. And I'm pretty sure Jan would like to have sometimes a tighter competition.
I like to win.
Yes, of course.
but you're perfectly right. So I definitely enjoy battling as much as winning, or even when you have like only P2 or P3. After all, I think what counts is the memories that you take away from a race, and that you enjoy it. It doesn't matter after all where you finish, I think. What you don't want is a disappointment in a race, like you're crashing out or something like that. But as long as you have a good fight or make a good recovery, I think that's what it's all about. And regarding some setup advices, I think it's pretty much safe to say that Nordschleife is a track where you should run really low rearing as possible, or as slow as possible, basically. I think this is basically the biggest factor about a good lap time.
Oh, doesn't sound too hard or
Yeah.
too complicated. Just know what part on the car needs to be set up to give you the most, let's say, advantage on a certain racetrack. And yeah, of course, the biggest influencer on the lap times is the driver himself. So it just needs time and good preparation. Put a lot of time into the preparation for races like this, and I think everybody can raise up their pace, and those endurance races are a really good point where you can raise your experience. Anything else you would like to say to the viewers and the competitors, maybe? Both of you, Jan or Giuseppe?
I hope that everybody just has a good time. I think it's always great that people are chatting on YouTube, asking questions, and basically just enjoy the race, because I think it's better to have a race where people are enjoying it as a community rather than basically you enjoy it by yourself. So yeah, I just hope the race has been great to watch for everybody out there.
Indeed it is, and I'm pretty sure everyone is enjoying competing here. We will talk a bit more about the licensing system that's coming in the nearest future. Any ideas on that? You've already heard what we've spoke about. So what's your take on the change that's coming?
Probably just missed it entirely, so I really don't know what's coming, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we will be joined by one of the developers of the World Sim Series. They will explain it a little bit more in detail, but I think it's going to be fascinating, and well, the system and well, safety levels will be kind of sorted out. That should make the races a little bit more safer, at least in the first division. Yeah, but I think it was really nice having you here in our chat booth, both of you together at one time. Another new experience for us. We just became a big team of commentators, which we didn't have before. So thanks for that, and thanks for gladly joining and sharing your experience and maybe some secret tips for everybody. 1 hour and 17 minutes to go, so still a little bit of job left to be done. So best of luck for both of you. We will keep a close eye on your battle, and we will see how that will end out.
Yeah, best of luck to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you guys, because as I told you yesterday night, you are doing an awesome job. It is lovely to watch,
Thank you.
lovely to read all the shots, people cheering for their team. For example, a lot of people now are requesting the webcams on the Manolo Racing. So there is a lot of activity, and this all thanks to you. So well done.
Yeah,
Thanks.
thank you very much.
Thanks, guys, and keep on racing, and we will meet you at the finish line.
Correct. So, enjoy the race.
Okay,
Yeah, enjoy the
you
race.
thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
We should have, in a few moments' time, we should be able to get our admins on board to tell us some juicy details of what's going on with the new licensing system on the World Sim Series platform, and how that's going to affect current drivers and how that's going to affect new drivers and races as well.
I hear the sound, and I'm pretty sure that's the sound informing us that our World Sim Series staff member Matas Mendelis has joined our chat. By the way, Matas Mendelis is also a driver. He enjoys the driving himself and is participating in some of the events. He didn't start the Nordschleife at 24 hours because of well, the stuff that he needs to do to keep this race up. Anyways, welcome to the chat, Matas. How's your night been? If we can hear you. I think...
Hello. Yes.
Oh, hi, Matas. So we can hear you loud and clearly. Tell us about your experience of the past 22 and a half hours. How has the race been? What are your insights? And tell us and walk us a little bit through what have you been up during these last hours.
So yeah, actually, it was the last few weeks were very busy for all of the staff of World Sim Series. We're working a lot on this event and then quietly working on a big update of the racing license system. But yeah, so far it's so good. We're very happy with how this event is panning out, and the only regret I have is that I cannot be racing in it. I would really like to be racing here with probably a BMW. That's my personal favorite GT3. But yeah, been working. We're getting good reviews, some contacts, some incidents, of course, but that's unavoidable in any series. But I think we're very happy how it's turning out right now.
What's the harshest penalty you had to hand out to a team in this event?
Not really sure on that, because it's not only me that does the live stewarding, but there's been a few stop and go with 15 seconds penalties for hard contacts, usually from GT3s doesn't communicate well with another slower class car.
Okay, so that doesn't sound too bad. So that's definitely a proof that this race is kind of evolving pretty nicely, and we've come a long way to reach that, because it's not the first endurance event being held on World Sim Series platform, and not only the participants are learning something, but also the crew of the World Sim Series, and they are always coming up with new ideas to make the racing better. And talking about the new ideas, you've told us already that you've been working on the new licensing system for a while now. So you have the chance to tell the community from the first lips right now. What's up with the system? What's the background of the idea? And well, just talk us through the steps that is about to greet the World Sim Series platform.
Yeah, so we've been working on it for almost a year now. It's a system that's based on ELO rating, so it's the same rating basis, the same scientific rating basis as for chess or for tennis. So you basically compare drivers to other drivers on the grid, and you get them points or discount points based on their performance. And there are two performance indicators, so that's your safety rating and your pace rating. It is similar to some other racing simulators, but we really feel that this was lacking in World Sim Series, and we wanted to make it good. So we took our time to really develop it and develop the ELO algorithm to make sure that drivers progress quickly, but not too quickly. They don't get stuck in one racing license, and they get enjoy endurance racing already in the lower class as well. So we really hope this system will be enjoyed by the drivers, and it should increase the participation in events like these. There might be also different divisions based on the racing licenses. So basically, to go back now, what's gonna happen in this Monday, tomorrow, there will be only two series organized by World Sim Series. That's MX5 Cup for Assetto Corsa and ACC Rookie Series. And then the drivers can start making progress towards from to rookie license, then amateur AM license, pro AM, and pro. So in this first week, they can only race in these two races organized by World Sim Series, but they still can race in all of the other series organized by other organizers. So if the drivers don't want to race per se in this MX5 Cup and they don't usually race on WSS organized series, there will be no change for them at all, except for a newer, better looking dashboard that explains more stuff and their progress on the WSS license system. But they can continue racing in the series as they like, organized by other organizers, no effect. And the hope is that other organizers, when more people progress through the racing license system, they will see its benefits, and then they will also be able in the future to enable certain minimum license required. Let's say you want to organize a multi-class race, and there are very fast LMDH mods, and you only want the pro drivers to be able to use them, because otherwise it's a bit of a mayhem with such powerful cars. So in the first week, there will be two events organized by World Sim Series, and all the other events organized by other organizers on WSS will be available. And then the next week we'll be entering for the season 4 like a transitional period where you will be able to race in WSS organized racing series. Like you say, if you want to race, personally I really enjoy our F3 series. I won't need to get up to a Pro AM, I think, racing license to get there. I will be able to race there with rookie license, but I will still be getting the pace rating and the safety rating increases from my good racing, hopefully. And then from the season 1 of 2024, we'll be ending the transitional period, and then the drivers will only be able to race in the racing series that they are qualified for. So by that point, hopefully many drivers will be progressed to Pro AM or at least AM racing licenses.
And those that already race on World Sim Series, what will happen to their license?
Can you repeat that?
So everyone who already does racing on World Sim Series, are they now all starting off as a rookie again?
Yeah, they're actually starting off as unlicensed, and then they need to complete 5 laps in a Toyota GT86 and in a certain event, and then they will get a rookie racing license, and as well complete a short theory test, so to make sure they can race with our drivers, they understand how to place a car and what to do and what they cannot do. And it's, well, the lap time to get to the rookies is very, it's not hard to achieve. Just for the fun of it, I just drifted that lap and it was good enough. But it's mostly just so we can have a large amount of rookies that then can progress to the MX5 series, MX5 Cup, and can progress from there.
Okay, about the new licensing system. So we have our most famous and most fastest driver, Jan Nims, on the grid, and he will become that unlicensed driver at first, starting tomorrow. How fast he'll progress to the alien level on your system? Do you have any predictions how long it takes for a driver to go through those different licensing levels?
It's really dependent on case by case. It depends a lot on how much driver is racing. I know Jan Nims is just mostly focused on racing in these rare special events or in very more exclusive premium events. So for Jan Nims it might take a bit longer, but if he wants, he can do it much faster just by racing in daily or weekly events on World Sim Series. Also, he's really fast, so it will very quickly progress to AM and Pro AM. And then it will take a bit of a while to get from Pro AM to Pro, and then even more to the Alien. But I think a good bet would be he will be Alien by the end of 2024 with his current racing habits.
Yeah, experience.
One thing to mention as well, you can quickly progress to amateur and then quite quickly progress to Pro AM, but then it gets harder to get those points as you want to progress to Pro, and then even harder to get that one extra point to get to Alien. So it gets harder to progress the more higher up you are. So we hope it should be that most drivers will be in the Pro AM racing license within the transitional period if they're fast. And I think quite a lot of drivers will settle in that Pro AM or AM racing license. Quite similar like it is in real life as well, with quite a lot of AM and Pro AM drivers and a few pro drivers.
Okay, so basically looking at the table, we will have at least 6 license levels, well, starting from unlicensed and finishing with alien license. So there will be 4 main licenses, like Rookie, AM, Pro AM, and Pro. So let's say we will have the same Nordschleife event next year, and well, the most licensing levels should be sorted out by that time, and the driver should be in the licensing levels that they are currently capable of holding at that time. So an event like this, what you think will be the lowest licensing level required to even participate in this one? Will it be required to be simply a rookie, or will there be a bigger requirements for the drivers to be able to even start an event like this?
So I think they will need to be AM, and as well they will be needed to take another theory test as you progress to EM, to make sure that you can race in multi-class racing, because it's a little bit of a nuance from a single class. But such car as BMW M235i racing, that will be for AM class, I think, if you take the same classes as from this year. So it's gonna be quite inclusive. There's still gonna be people, AM racers racing here. And the divisions will be ordered probably, it can be ordered the same as they are now with average lap time, but they also can be ordered by the safety rating and or by the pace rating as well. So there's just a lot of possibilities we can do, and we're not really sure on what we're gonna do, but we're sure that there will be a lot more possibilities to arrange drivers in such a way that they can enjoy racing and enjoy racing with a similar pace drivers and similar safety drivers to their own.
What about the theory part of the licensing system? How that's going to look like? I think I've never seen something similar in any other sim racing systems. So walk us through that a little bit.
It's just gonna be a short questionnaire with some graphics and questions, and like, would you go for overtake if the cars are laid out in this way or that way, and just some basic racecraft knowledge. If you know how to race and you've been doing it for a while, it will be really quickly and very obvious, but we hope it's a really good base for new drivers and new drivers to sim racing on how to race, because they're not being taught anywhere how to race. They just turn up to races and then they do something that's illegal, and they are not sure that they are not aware that they're doing something illegal and dangerous for sim racing until they get a penalty, and we think that's a wrong way to go about it. So we make sure to educate the rookies and everyone by default on the racing and racecraft basis. And then the next theory test will be with some additional question on multi-class racing, so we can avoid confusions with, for example, with M235Is giving way to GT3 car, and then the GT3 car is already taking that alternative racing line, and then it gets a mix up on how to overtake. So we really happy on that, and it can be taken as many times as you like. So if you fail the test, it's nothing. So you'll see the explanations and see what is right, and then you can make the test correctly. Just the main focus is to educate people.
Okay, that sounds pretty serious and pretty welcome to the sim racing environment, and that sounds like another kind of experience for drivers who are looking into some real life racing. And all these little things, they are actually coming from the real world, and they don't differ what's happening on the real track. So I'm really glad to see that well, platforms like World Sim Series are being really serious about it, and even implementing some real theory tests for the drivers, not only to go out on the racetrack and perform there, but actually do some little bit of paperwork, some tests, which is another way to learn. I really hope that people will enjoy that and take that really seriously. And I'm eager to see how all this system is going to pan out, because as far as I understand, you are implementing the system tomorrow, but it's going to be kind of a work in progress for at least 1 year. You'll also learn from how people are behaving and reacting, and you will be able to, well, adapt to your needs or the community needs.
So, yes, so it's a transitional period is this season, upcoming season 4 from tomorrow to the new year, basically. So that will be a transitional period where we'll really look into community feedback and see what we can improve on that. But like I said, we've been already working this for quite a lot, and our World Sim Series staff team has already been racing on World Sim Series and looking how we progressed, because we already progressed. I think all of us progressed to pro racing license in the tests only, and we're obviously now back down to 0 we're gonna start like everyone else with little Toyota and progress through the ranks again. So, like personally, I really enjoy racing on World Sim Series, and so hopefully this will really improve the quality of the races and the driver safety, which is the most important thing for enjoying a race. It doesn't really matter how fast you are, how fast the opponents are, as long as they are racing as they should be, and then everyone can find a competitor that they are similar to, and then they can progress and be motivated by to get better.
And the
So-
system also, it takes into account both Assetto Corsa Competizione and Assetto Corsa 1.
Yes, so it will be on both titles, and so the pace rating will be shared between them, because, well, if you're fast on Assetto Corsa, it's a reasonable assumption you're gonna be fast on Assetto Corsa Competizione, and the races as well, but for just to make sure, like, you are capable of quickly racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione if you're mainly racing on Assetto Corsa, there will be hot lap challenges that you have to complete a certain average lap time, and they will get progressively more difficult to complete as you progress through the racing license. So it's gonna be, the racing license is kind of the same for both, but then just some checks in form of hot laps to make sure that people can actually race, because there are some nuances for Assetto Corsa Competizione compared to Assetto Corsa, and so yeah, it's gonna be combined with a little bit of a difference, and there's gonna be, of course, different events. There's gonna be both racing series for Assetto Corsa and for Assetto Corsa Competizione.
And then Assetto Corsa 2 coming.
Yeah, that was my next question actually. Since well, the main titles you're implementing in the World Sim Series platform is the ones coming from the creators of Assetto Corsa and Assetto Corsa Competizione. Did you go into maybe a deeper background of what's happening with the AC2 title that's, well, as everyone knows, is coming, maybe, well, should be coming next year? Did you do a research about it? Maybe you know some insights of what's to come and already have plans to implement the new title if it's even possible, or still kind of no news for the future of Assetto Corsa?
So now we know as much as it's publicly known about Assetto Corsa 2, which is a little crumbs of information. We really hope that the developers understand why Assetto Corsa is still live and going, and it was modded so much that now we can do endurance races. So we really hope they're gonna be allowing these mods to happen in Assetto Corsa 2 and have this open system where other developers can build on it and improve it and just increase the total amount of players that are playing it. So if it's possible, we are gonna for sure implement it. With the information we have now, it's impossible to say. We're not even sure when it's coming out. Well, they are proposing it's coming out in Q1 of 2024, but it can happen. There can be delays or some things, and then our developers have to figure out how to implement it, and so on. So we'll be working on it and for sure keeping the community informed on the progress. But for now, we can just say if it's possible, we're gonna do it shortly.
Okay.
And then implementing it would be something similar like it is now with Assetto Corsa Competizione, so it's probably gonna be the same shared pace rating and the same shared safety rating. So it's different from other systems, I think, that if you're already good at Assetto Corsa now and there's Assetto Corsa 2 coming out, you buy a new game, you start racing here, and then you already have your licenses, so you don't have to go through the grind again to build up your license. It's just going to be probably some hot lap events to make sure that you're capable of driving fast on that, and then you're good to go to race in series with limited racing licenses. So we're excited for the future for sure, and yeah, we're actually waiting for Assetto Corsa 2, what it's gonna bring out.
Okay, that actually answers our question. So everyone is still in the waiting zone, but not sitting and doing nothing. Really nice to hear about the new licensing system which should change the world sim series, how everyone knows it now, and we will find that out. This is a special event of the Nordschleife on the World Sim Series platform. What is the next race and when it's going to take place? And I am assuming it's already going to be held under the new safety system requirements.
So the next race is Spa, and it's gonna be still in the transitional period. So the people will be still able to join without the minimum required license to join for that, and it's gonna be similar to this race. It's not gonna be fully implemented from this because we don't think people are gonna gain to their current speed racing license, so they can drive like a GT3 car, for example. So it's gonna be work in progress, and we'll keep the community informed about it. But it's not gonna be too much different as it is now this race. So
Yep. So basically, it's going to be a live system which will need to grow together with the drivers, together with the competitors, to actually start working and give the benefits to the current users of the platform. So I think it's the best time to join the World Sim Series platform to stay up to par on what's happening here right now. And I'm eager to see how big the community will grow. Anything else you have to say for your community, for your users?
yeah,
Any
I
advices?
would really like to thank you all for participating in this event and just participating in World Sim Series generally. The feedback is usually very, very good, and it keeps us going because it's quite hard to do what we're doing here, and we are a small team, so we are usually working a lot and doing multiple jobs at the same time. It's really the good positive feedback is what keeps us going, especially, yeah, it's basically thank you for racing.
Nice. Thanks for having you here. I really hope everyone was listening to what World Sim Series has to say on our broadcast with their own words. I think it's a good moment right now to get back to the racing and focus on what's happening on the racetrack, because we are actually 50 minutes from finishing the race, and there are still 47 teams staying on the racetrack, so it's a busy racetrack now.
The amount of cars has not changed much in the past few hours, actually. It's kind of been very stable at that 57 car range.
Yeah, 47.
47
from
right.
starting
Yeah,
with 57.
because the last time anybody has retired, and we can actually see this, you can also see it on, if you go to worldsimseries.com, sign up, and you can see the live timing for this event. This was in the 672nd minute of the race, so that is just about over 10, just about over 11 hours into the race. So that was the final retirement we had. We haven't had any more retirements after that.
Yeah. So thanks again for Matas. He said his final word. Give us a second to get back to our commentators' regular booth, and we will focus on the racetrack. Sorted out. You should hear us loud and clear with some better acoustics in this room. Okay, so Sean Clark Racing still in the lead. the leaders have already completed all the needed long mandatory pit stops, at least in the top 5 places. And actually, we have a
something
lot.
we missed was the Mancos race resin team overtaking the Italia racing team. Oh, because the Italia racing team GT3 just came out of their pit stop. They are now going to run till the end. Should be able to run until the end of the race after making likely what is their final pit stop. Now 4 seconds behind Mancos Resin, who jump up into 3rd position and onto a podium spot. It does look like Cortec holding on in P2, and something would have to happen for them to drop out of that position, but 4.5 seconds is the current gap.
Yep, and well, all those long pit stops have been finally sorted out, and that gives us a couple of close battles on the racetrack. In the top 20 of the GT3 car standings, we have Italia Racing Team trying to chase down Mancos Resin Team. We have a battle for P12. Well, actually, Bing Bong Racing Team have just came into the pit lane. They should hand out the position to MT 24 Hours team. Breaking Point team have just taken that 10th spot away. Bing Bong Racing Team being registered as a team currently in P number 12. We have some teams with more mandatory pit stop than required, some of them with the count of 11 already, so that's just the race was clean. It was there wasn't a lot of incidents that well, it was a lot of incidents, but not that many as we sometimes had in our races. But well, it's racing. It's 24 hours of Nordschleife event, and that's it's no brainer that there are teams that had a lot of issues, or maybe at least a couple of bigger issues. They had to take more long pit stops than they needed. Of course, we have that. Hardware moment or computer moment where we face issues that we don't see in real life racing. It's not only about incidents or contacts on the racetrack. Sometimes you can have bad hardware or hardware malfunctions. You can have connection issues or some problems with the server, which you have to take into the consideration as a part of virtual racing. And so some teams have maybe faced some connection or server issues. Well, one of the teams is also the team that is currently second. Giuseppe has told us the story that they have had some problems with the connection. They were lucky enough to be as close to the pit entry as possible, so they didn't lose a lot of time. Some teams can face connection issues being at the beginning of the racetrack, and that's 8 minutes long, so the system can penalize you a little bit more than you would like to. But it's still the biggest part of virtual racing, which you have to keep in mind, and you cannot prepare for things like these. It doesn't, well, you're not getting a hand on it, and you cannot control it in any way. A lot of things you can do to make your race as successful as possible. The example is the Jean-Claude Racing Team. They did good and well preparation for this race, and it looks like they are currently still able to avoid those bigger problems. Mancos Resin Team.
Final pit stop of their race. So it looks like the gap sitting at just a bit over half a minute. It's not going to be easy to hunt it down, but I'm sure the driver in the Mancos Resin car is going to put up a big fight. Comparing the drivers, it does look like they're pretty similar, and both actually in the Italia Racing Team car, it is their fastest driver. Mancos Resin do have another driver that was a little bit quicker, throughout the race, but this will be a full-on push till the end, about 40 seconds once the tires get up to temperature. Also keeping in mind that the Mancos resin car is a lap. Their tires are going to be a lap fresher, and a lap fresher is about 10 minutes fresher, so it is a difference in that sense. Let's see if they can start clawing away at that gap. 150 seconds for Italia Racing Team to catch up to Cortec. That's going to be very, very difficult to do. Who else is in a battle? Spectron are kind of still there, and looks like Spectron. Have they come in for another long? I don't think so.
Well, at least they completed all the mandatory long pit stops.
No, that gap is still at 160 seconds, so not able to close it down, unfortunately for them. Any other teams we can see in a close battle? 8 seconds for P12 at the moment. That's between the IRT and the Assetto Corsa cars. That's probably your closest battle out on track at the moment. You've also got the M235i class. Attack Sim Racing, they got the lead back. So now they are leading the race by
1.5 minutes, a little bit more.
Because MNG have taken second, because Baklajane have taken their final long stop of the race. They're 150 seconds behind the MNG car.
MNG also completed their long mandatory pit stop recently, well, during one lap before, because their recent lap time was 12 minutes 29.
But they can also make it to the end. I think Attack Sim Racing might still owe us a pit stop. They might, not a long pit stop, but they might still owe us a pit stop for fuel to get to the end of the race.
We have a GT3 car that have 49 pit stops in their account during these past 23 hours and 20 minutes.
It's a lot of pit stops. A lot of time spent in the pit lane. Any other battles that we can maybe find on the circuit where any of the cars are very close? The field has spread out, safe to say. A lot of cars at big gaps. That most exciting battle is probably for the podium place, the final place on the podium between Italia and Mancos Resin, but we'll see if that battle comes to anything by the end of the race. Cortec Racing 1. I believe they might owe us a stop towards the end here as well, but that's again going to be a fuel and tire only stop without having to serve any more of the long pit stops. ACRT Sim Racing Team in GT3 are still on 9 long stops. They still owe us one more long stop. Assetto Trap are on 9 in the M235i class. And these are the only 2 teams who owe us a long stop, apart from the ones that have already retired from the race. 18 long stops by Yellow Flag SR, and that is the team who have done
22 pit stops in total.
22 regular pit stops, with 18 of them.
So that's
being
normal count of pit stops.
The pit stop count is normal, actually less than your race leader, but how have they completed 18 long stops in 22 regular pit stops? That's a lot.
It's a lot.
It's a lot of pit stops.
Well, maybe a lot of issues, and they maybe didn't have a choice, or maybe it's a one driver's team, you know,
No,
and he's doing maybe he's doing just resting
Nope,
during the.
there's different accounts on that team. They've all done 6 long stops each.
Okay.
So maybe they're switching in and out constantly. Maybe.
There's every team has a story behind what we see on the screens, and they know what's happening, which is hard to tell from looking at the monitors and trying to see what's happening on the racetrack. So let's have a closer look at the battle for P3. Thalia Racing looks safe to finish third in this race. Looks like they are being chased down. 40 seconds is a healthy gap, and it's
And
well,
they're extending the gap as well. So both cars have done their final pit stops of the race. Well, likely their final pit stops of the race. They don't actually need to do any more. They would make it on fuel to the end. And I believe only a few more of the cars will still owe us a pit stop, but it does look pretty good for both Cortec and Sean Clark Racing to take first and second in this race. Then the Mancos Resin team, I think they are pretty safe to take. Italia Racing team are pretty safe to take the final step of the podium in third, but they are still under pressure. They cannot completely relax. We do have a battle between RKFL Mad and the IRT machine. RKFL Mad 10 seconds quicker last time round. And this is a
this is trying to figure out.
Because last time they crossed the line, they were, I think this was their final long stop, 11th long stop, actually, because last time they crossed the line, they were in 8th position. So they've lost quite a bit of time. They've hunted down the IRT car in the half lap that they just did. Not even half lap, the GP course that they just did. They're gonna get past them, I think, very quickly. This was a car that was running 5 positions higher up. They've now lost a lot of time and almost getting into the side of the IRT number 2 Audi. But continuing on the racetrack. Where did they start the race? They started all the way in 6th position, side by side with the Audi, and there's a little bit of a touch coming out of Flugplatz, but this is a position now gained back for the RKFL team. They just came out of the pits. They do not need to pit again today. That means they can keep on going towards the end of the race. Maybe.
Oh yeah, and now they're 21 seconds behind the Assetto Corsa Audi. Pace looks to be really similar, but I'm pretty sure they will be doing their best to keep the pressure as high as possible. 35 minutes remain, so a couple of laps. That's roughly 8 laps of the race to be completed. They will do the best job to try and gain 1 position extra. Not a lot of battles left on the racetrack to figure out the positions of the drivers, so it's all about clean racing till the end. I'm pretty sure everyone is focused on their own race and try to avoid mistakes, and well, a couple of teams still being on a hunter's position. Well, at least they will try to be as fast as they can to put as much pressure to the rivals as possible, but it's getting harder with every minute because the time is running out. And well, we had 24 hours on our screens 1 day ago. We have only 35 minutes of the race remaining this time, so it's getting close to the end, but it's still a thing that you need to do. You need to perform here. Of course, after racing here for more than 23 hours, every driver should be feeling like being at home. The track should be feeling natural to them as they have done a lot of stints, so you get used to it, you get that rhythm of racing, you know how to deal with traffic. So aside from the fatigue, you have that confidence that is much higher than it is before starting the race. It looks like RKFL are able to be slightly faster than the car ahead, but
I think it's the amount of time they lost looks like a disconnect to me. That a lap didn't get counted, and
that's possible.
this is the most likely scenario I can see with the amount of time that he lost, which was over a lap. They went from P8 to P13 without doing. I don't think they owed us a long stop because that was their 11th long stop in the race, so they didn't need to do an 11th long stop in the race. Last time they had a drive-through penalty 3 hours ago. Another one 6 hours ago, so these are not important, I'd say, and not won't change anything here. Looking at other penalties in the last we've not seen a penalty since almost 2 hours ago. Yeah, almost 2 hours ago. That was the last penalty that I can see being handed out. That was for car number 12. No other penalties since that time. But I do not see any info from either team. From the team, was it RKFL? I don't see any information from them about the why they lost so much time. Will be interesting to figure out. I'm sure somebody can give us an answer of where that time went.
We might hear from the team itself if any of the members are listening to the broadcast and willing to share their story, because losing a lot of places is definitely to have something to do with some sort of troubles. And yeah, it's virtual racing, and there were some teams that suffered from not only technical issues regarding the car or racing itself, but also from technical issues regarding the hardware that is being used to participate in racing like these. Sometimes we have server issues, sometimes the teams have their own connection issues, which it hurts to lose races or lose places like this, but it's actually a part of virtual racing, and I always try to compare it with, well, mechanical issues that real cars are suffering in real races, which we actually, well, don't have a lot happening on Assetto Corsa title. Well, we don't have to think about the brake failures or engine failures too much, because it's, well, basically not happening. So the server and connection issues are kind of a part of the racing, and you can basically imagine, well, while having a connection issue, you can compare it to having let's say maybe brake issue during the real race, where the team has to come into the pit lane and spend some time standing there, or maybe the damage of the car. You don't take into consideration in these virtual Assetto Corsa races, well, those bigger hits into the barriers. It damages the car, but it doesn't do that much of a harm, and you basically always have the chance to continue racing with a new car. Especially if you do that long stop and a driver change, you are always gifted a brand new shining car, so that compensates the issues that some teams are facing sometimes. So I kind of try to have a look into it this way, and that maybe brings it a little bit more, makes it a little bit less painful, at least not thinking about it as the issues that are not happening in real life. Assetto Corsa, did they make a mistake recently, because the gap went from 15 seconds to 2 seconds now, and both of the cars are on the same part of the GP circuit. The Audi of Assetto Corsa just completed one lap, and it was 8 minutes 29 seconds, which is not that bad on the Nordschleife circuit. It's not a fast lap, but doing it on the end of the 24-hour race, it's still a good lap time. But it was, I think maybe they had an issue, or they made a mistake somewhere on the final part of the circuit, because they had 15 seconds advantage. Now it's only 1 second. So we are about to see a battle for position number 11. And RKFL Mad Racing team are just flying. They're much faster than the car in front. So the overtake is coming. I don't see any chance for Assetto Corsa to defend. Of course, I'm pretty sure they will try to do that, but they lack a little bit of pace by looking at the timesheets at this moment. So it's going to be a really hard task to just keep in that 11th spot. And there we go, side by side. Gustas definitely knows the name of this corner. That was close, but it was safe. Beautiful overtake. And one more position returned to the RKFL team. They far from the position that they were running at, but still, good to have some battles towards the end of the race.
That's put them up into 11th position. It's going to be hard to catch up and get P10.
Yep, RKFL lost connection. That's we have confirmation on the YouTube channel.
That's yeah. That's what we thought, I guess. That's what makes sense.
It's always funny to read the comments on the YouTube channel. People are coming with some crazy ideas or crazy sentences. So good to see community still in good mood, even though they have a lot of issues that they would lovely to avoid. Assetto Corsa, they had a small crash.
They are. Car looks damaged, but isn't damaged. So I think this is talking about
Assetto Corsa, I believe.
Could also be the Lenkos racing car.
Maybe not. Well, the Assetto Corsa car looks in one piece. They just lost 15 seconds, so I think they made a mistake somewhere on the very last part of the Nordschleife circuit, or maybe at the beginning of the GP track. The first corner can give you a spin if you come a little bit too hot-headed into the braking zone.
On the GP track.
Yep, the first corner on the GP track. Well, it's a corner where some drivers can lose the back end of the car if they try to brake too late, and then they have to steer into the corner without releasing the brake on time. Well, at least that's the place where I see possibilities for those mistakes coming in, after, especially after 23.5 hours of sitting in front of your computer.
It's very interesting. Still look at the lap times. Sean Clark Racing have slowed down. It is a 8:28 by Simon Speff last time round, and that car didn't come into the pits. But this is a hard tire on the Sean Clark Racing car. We haven't seen that in a while.
You weren't listening.
I wasn't, no.
Jan Nims was telling us his strategy, so that was planned. They were planning to put on the hard tire to hold on to
Still
the
think the
very
medium
end
can make
till
it.
the end.
We saw mediums make it
Yes,
9
of
laps.
course. Yep, they can make it to the end, but after Jan-Nem's calculations, it wasn't worth it. So they
yeah,
did
but I
good
think
math.
the medium would still be a quicker option to make it to the end than.
Yeah, but when you have a 1.1 lap lead, you have the free choice. Of
Looks like
any
Simon
strategy you
Sveff
want.
has lifted off quite a bit. It's an 8:28. While, for example, Cortec Racing 1, they're still lapping quickly. 8:19 last time round from them. 8:18 from Italia Racing Team, and an 8:13 from Mancos Resin Team. Mancos Resin now getting closer to going under that half a minute mark. They're at 33 seconds gap at the moment. But it feels just that tiny bit too far away.
Yeah, but they are gaining 5 seconds per lap, but when you take into consideration how long the lap is, it's far from enough. If we would be racing on, let's say, Red Bull Ring or even Spa-Francorchamps, and with 22 minutes of race remaining, if you have those 5 seconds per lap advantage, then there's a high chance that you can get that position, but not on the Nordschleife circuit. But of course, Mancos Resin Team is just trying to keep up the pressure high as possible, and well, they are hoping for the best for their team. They are just basically, they are not only trying to gain on Italia Racing Team now physically, but they are just trying to keep that pressure as high as possible and maybe force them into some sort of a mistake. Italia Racing Team, well, they can race relaxed, but they don't have the chance to relax completely because they know they are being chased down, and that might put some pressure on the shoulders of the driver that is currently behind the wheel of that Audi R8 GT3. The McLaren Spectrum Racing are still in the top 5. They have a 1.6 laps lead against the Box 33 Racing Team, which, by the way, is another team managed by Giuseppe Mazzei. Looks like Giuseppe is a rich guy. He has 5 cars in this event, so he's lucky to have a lot of people, a big community actually, that he managed to gather around for this race. Who knows, maybe the next event we'll see 22 cars managed by Giuseppe Mazzei, and then we will have a Giuseppe Mazzei Racing Series in some period of time.
Just having a look, I'm now interested in how many laps will our race leader complete. Last lap that he got underway was around 3 minutes ago, and we are in 164. So we are going to beat the laps. The lap record of 165 last time out. We're not going to make it to 170. But it looks like your race leader should cross the line with not that much time to go. I think next time by it will be 2 to go for them. In terms of your M235i leader, we're looking at last time they crossed the line with 22 minutes to go. That should be just about 3 laps for them.
Oh, we have another disqualification. No, it was... I've just seen on the screen something to do with Azure Racing Team, but I see that they are being displayed as last anyway, with a disqualification quite some time ago. So I'm not sure what that information was about.
That is a GT. They just got it 10 minutes ago. 10 minutes ago. That was for not serving a stop-and-go penalty.
Okay, so maybe they were trying to get back into the race, but well,
no, it just says penalty not taken, not a stop. Because stop-and-go they received about 13 hours ago. I don't think that's related. But then they got another penalty. So maybe it was something like a pit lane speeding penalty that they may have got, that they didn't serve. No other penalties on the penalty sheet that I can see. That means it is still the same situation here. You know, this. Mango's resin are getting closer, but it might not just be enough.
It doesn't look that it's going to work out pace-wise. So something has to happen on the racetrack for those two cars to come a little bit closer together. And this is the battle for P3, so it's a nice battle by the end of this race. It's quite close between some of the teams after 24 hours, which you can expect. Well, with such a big grid, you actually hope for some battles towards the very end of this race, and this is the one place on the circuit where that battle is still kind of happening, kind of possible, even though it doesn't look like that.
Our KFL, well, obviously they got passed. That's actually the smallest gap between two cars. Then you've got 16 seconds between Team Pacquiao and CKAK Motorsports. That's 16 seconds between those two cars, and then the 31 seconds between Manco's Resin and Italia Racing Team for that final spot on the podium. For P1 in the M235Is, it is still the Attack Sim Racing car comfortably in the lead of the race. They will not have the luxury to back out because that gap is at 90 seconds at the moment. A Tot Drap are into the pits for their final stop in the M235I class and their final long stop. That's not going to lose them a position. Baklashanai and Danish Butula behind the wheel of that one to 31.6, and that is still not. Actually, it's over 2 minutes behind second place, so that's not a position they can take. Breaking Point and Tamer Force, they were separated by 5 seconds last time round, but I think that has actually changed. If we can have a look, Tamer Force have gotten in front of Breaking Point. Actually, no, Breaking Point was behind, so this is a battle for position. This is for 11th in the M235I class with just 16 minutes to go in the 24 hours of the Nurburgring. They're coming up to essentially what is almost a midpoint in on the Nordschleife. There's still quite a bit of track to go, getting closer and closer. They started the lap, by the way, 5 seconds between the two cars. Now we're looking at a gap of just a few tenths. It will be hard, I think, for Tamer Force to hold on to that position. Purple rear lights on the Breaking Point racing car to the inside of the carousel. Are they going to make the move? No. But actually, the other car has gone off. Tamer Force have gone off, and this is an easy position now to take by Breaking Point Racing. They were 10 seconds quicker last time round, so this is a battle that's done now.
Looks like the driver was looking a little bit too much into the rear view mirrors and missed that sweet braking spot.
Still half a minute between Italia and Manco's Resin. That's looks like a battle that's not gonna come about. Cortec Racing are coming on to almost a Dottingoa, but this is your race leader, and he crossed the line to make it just 2 laps to go.
And they are going to about rewrite the history of all the Nordschleife events that took place on the World Sim Series platform by breaking the record of going the longest distance, meaning that with this car they would have also won the race that happened 1 year ago.
Different conditions, as Simon Smith said himself, different conditions. That's why the race is maybe
slightly faster.
different speed.
Yes,
So
of course.
165 was the record last time out. So once they cross the line this time, we're going to go to 166. They've actually already broken the record by making it 1 meter over the start-finish line. Now they're at 165.
That's the 166th lap.
Yes, that they've started. So they will break the record once they cross the line this time round. And they've got just 2 more laps to go. They cross the start-finish line with
Roughly 14.5 to 15 minutes.
They've crossed the finish line with 15 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
So still, no chance to complete a lap before the time runs out. The next time they cross the line, so definitely 2 laps to go. And actually less for Sean Clark Racing, because they have already entered the Nordschleife part, the old part of the circuit, a legendary track located in the mountains of Eifel. Narrow track, which you cannot feel the perspective of the real track. Well, I'm pretty sure while you're on the real Nordschleife, you find those barriers to be a little bit closer than they look in the virtual world, simply due to how you feel the environment when you're in the real car. I had a similar experience with our local track, well, the track located in Latvia, while you're racing it while you're racing that on your simulator. It doesn't look that frightening. It has those walls right beside the tarmac, but when you get in the car and go out on the real track, you understand how narrow the track actually is and how the barriers are coming into you while you're going at faster speeds. So I'm pretty sure it's a similar experience on the Nordschleife circuit.
This is, by the way, the M235i leader in Attack Sim Racing. They're going to have to do 2 more laps as well. They crossed the line with just a bit over 12 minutes to go on the clock. Actually, just a bit under 12 minutes to go on the clock. And 1 lap for that car is a 9-minute lap. So we're going to wait a little bit of time until they actually get across the line.
Roughly 5 more laps on a regular track.
Less. No, it's 2 more laps. They should be about...
well, the timing. The time will finish in 11 minutes, but the race will finish in roughly 18 minutes. So that's 7 minutes extra. Well, maybe 6 minutes. Yes, for them and for, well, for all of the racers. For most of the racers.
Well, for Sean Clark Racing, who will be the car that takes the checkered flag for the first time, they will take it, actually, I think, only 2 minutes above the 24-hour mark. So they're not going that far over.
You still have to deal with traffic. It's still not over.
I think McLaren are actually going to end up behind the overall leader with the gap that they have. They're coming up to Brunchen in a moment here. This is where Sean Clark Racing is, and this is them heading on to Mutkurva. Yep, so they will actually have, they will actually be lapped by the race leader 1 more time. 1:45 by Attack Sim Racing. They'll get to 1:47 by the time they cross the start-finish line. They cross the start-finish line to take the checkered flag in about 15 minutes time, but they will cross it. Your race leader, they have definitely relaxed by the looks of things. They're not pushing anymore. Last time out, 8 minutes 31.0, and that is definitely their slowest lap of one of their slower laps of the race. Last time by, it was actually a pit stop for the Quartet car. So they made their final stop and still went on the medium tire, so didn't even take the soft to maybe get a fastest lap in the end and show them who's boss. But 1.1 laps is the gap between those two cars. I think they will actually catch up and maybe even have a photo finish there at the end. Obviously, 1 lap difference between those two cars. Mancos, Resin, they're still 28 seconds behind. The gap is closing, but I don't think it's going to be enough because in, well, just a few minutes' time, the race leader will start his final lap of the race. Spectron Racing Team, by the way, we saw them make their final long pit about 3 hours from the end. They've kept the same driver in. They've continued to try for that podium position. It looked maybe likely at some points, but it looks like it's just not going to be enough today for them. But it is still a great result. 5th position for the Spectron Racing Team. That's the Finnish and Estonian partnership of 2 drivers, and then 2 drivers from Hong Kong. So a very mixed entry, and it looks like the European drivers were taking more of the daytime stints, and the drivers from Hong Kong were taking more of the nighttime stints because it was daytime for them at that point. Aerolab GT, they're up into 7th position, and they are 3rd in the non-Audi class. 5th is the highest non-Audi, that's Spectron in that McLaren. Then you've got box 33 in P6, that's the highest BMW, highest Porsche, and only Porsche on the grid in P7. P8 Windsiders with another Audi, and then the highest placed AMG GT3 is 9th for Breaking Point Racing 2. They're not under threat by the looks of it as well. This is the highest placed Porsche, but this is Sean Clark Racing with 6 minutes and 50 seconds to go. They're going to begin their final lap of the race, and now everybody behind them will also be considered to have started their final lap of the race.
So it seems that it's not much to go, but there's still a lot of kilometers that have to be
25
completed.
kilometers. Another 25 kilometers for Sean Clark Racing.
Yeah.
It's another 25 kilometers, and
they just need to keep it together, and that's what Simon Speth is currently doing without any problems whatsoever, doing a phenomenal and nice job. He just needs to roll to the finish line and enjoy all those last and final kilometers of this event happening this year. I'm pretty sure they will feel the need to come here back the next year and defend their current win. We will have a new rating system which will basically be working full time in 1 year starting from now. We will have more special events on the World Sim Series platform this year. As Matas has already mentioned, there will be that transitional period with that safety system. But starting from tomorrow, World Sim Series is getting a refresher, a big refresher in the system itself about the way the racing is being handled. But yeah,
we're looking at not that much race time. I think the M235i car is gonna cross the start-finish line soon, but Sean Clark Racing actually probably closest, incredibly actually close to that checkered flag mark and to start that final lap. So interesting choice. Say not interesting choice, but I think they maybe even slowed down to get that to not have to do an extra lap. But yes, they've already done 166. They're going to complete 167, and that does break last year's record by 2 laps. Sean Clark Racing. We don't have a statistic on how many laps they led, but I think most laps. Definitely most laps led. I would say 95% plus laps led by the Sean Clark Racing car. It has been a very impressive run. You can see they're keeping off the curbs. They're really not pushing. It has been a very impressive run from this team. They've continued to impress, and Jan Nims has continued to impress, but also his teammates have continued to impress. They've all done a phenomenal job throughout all of today and the whole race. So throughout all of today and yesterday, and also all the preparation. Again, this is not just a 24-hour race. You're putting in all the work before, and you continue to race. You finish the race, and it's on to the next one, especially for someone like Simon Speff, who, well, he puts in a lot of time into this, and then you can see the results. Sean Clark Racing in their final tour of the track, checking out the scenery. They are now going into pretty much what is the middle of the track. They're going to be the first car to actually take the checkered flag to win the race.
Yeah, so the special event on the World Sim Series platform is actually being held as a championship. So sadly, we don't have a lot of teams that are continuing to participate in this championship this year to gather points, but there are points being given to the teams for finishing the races, and currently in the GT3 class of all the special events that have been held this year, the AOR Racing team is holding the lead. They started and finished 2 races. Motorhome Team Racing Esports are currently 2nd, and Lopen Pro Esports Team Ltd are currently 3rd. Italia Racing Team GT3, by the way, have started 1 race, so there are teams that have already participated in some sort of special events that will have the points added to their account. We have the M235i class already. Sean Clark Racing, by the way, participated in that class in 3 events in the past during this year, and they are currently in the lead in the M235i class leaderboard of the championship, if you can call it like this. This time they should grab the win of the GT3 class and join the party in the championship standings. Anyways, all those points will be calculated after the race. There will be time for the drivers, for the teams to fill out reports if they are not happy with something that happened during the race, but I think it's not going to be much. Some teams have faced issues. We had contacts, but still, during these all 24 hours, you can safely call it a really safe race that took place. We completed 4,238 kilometers. Matas has calculated and kind of illustrated how the distance would look like. So basically from the bottom of Spain up to the very top of Sweden, that should be. You can only imagine, or you can illustrate the distance by yourself. So a lot
That's
of
Norway,
kilometers.
by the way.
Yeah,
On the
Norway.
map you were looking at, Norway. It does say Norway.
It does.
Yes, that's the top of Norway.
Okay.
But anyway, it's a long distance.
Yeah.
To complete on a real track and to complete on a virtual track as well. It's a lot of laps, but only 10 laps more than the real race. only. Well,
10 laps more
Yeah.
only. So that's only 250 kilometers more.
taking into
Slight
account that the
mode
real
difference.
race has more cars on track, and it also has slow zones.
Okay, the confirmation just came in. The leader is on the final lap, so that means that Simon Speth is facing the final kilometers and final corners of the Nordschleife racetrack, happening on the event this year and, of course, this weekend. Big event.
Actually, 159 is the record. 159 laps is the record on the real track. That's for 4,000 kilometers, just over 4,000 kilometers.
Well, in the sim, you always keep pushing, no matter if it's day or night. And in reality, well, the pace usually goes down a little bit during the night. You have more different conditions, and by the way, you have safety cars on the racetrack, which slows everything down.
No safety cars.
Well, slow zones, yeah, but you get the race slowed down. And Simon Speth crossing the line and taking the checkered flag in the special event on the Nordschleife circuit. They have done it. The team that was driven by Jan Nimtz have the successful story written down the papers, taken that record of the longest Nordschleife race, or the fastest and the safest Nordschleife race that took place on the World Sim Series platform. Cortec Racing 1 team are also on the finish line. Well, one chicane to be completed, and they will see the checkered flag.
It's a great result for them. A team that they didn't look like they were running for that second place, especially at the start. Like they were having some issues, but a great result by them. And they, okay, our timing screen has now gone crazy. But they do finish third.
So the next winner of this event to cross the line is the ATAC sim racing car, and they have almost half of lap to get completed before they will have the opportunity to enjoy what they have achieved. They have 70 seconds advantage against the second placed MNG sim racing team, and Baklagane IRT, running with those medium tires, are currently third. The gaps are pretty big, so nothing should change here. The drivers have to be cautious. They still have to deal with traffic, but beautiful partnership and communication on the racetrack. No danger whatsoever, just everyone knows that this is the last lap for most of the drivers.
Well, it is everyone that crosses the line now. It's
Yep, so some of the drivers have already completed the race, but since the track is so long, some of the drivers are basically at the beginning of the lap, so they have still quite a lot of kilometers to get completed. But for the majority of the grid, the race is done. So 57 teams started this race. 47 teams are nearing the finish line and about to take the checkered flag, which basically is a win for any team that took part in this race. A big achievement, quite a lot of kilometers we've counted. Well, not every team completed the same amount of kilometers. I think the only team to go from Spain, from bottom of the Spain to top of Norway.
the final car that will cross the line will be Motorhome Team Racing Esports. They crossed the line at 24 hours and 58 seconds. So they've given themselves another lap, and they will cross the line about 10 minutes after 24 hours. So they would do a 24-hour and 10-minute race.
That's what the Nordschleife is about, due to how long the track is. Into the year goes the BMW of ATAC Sim Racing Team, which is heading towards the victory in the BMW M235i class.
No, actually, it will be the 45 BMW. they will be the last car to cross the line because they went past the start and finish line 1 minute and 25 seconds after the clock ticked over 24 hours.
So that's a long way for Danius Butvela. This is
They will
the
finish the
Baklajani
race
Racing Team.
11 minutes over, about.
Still enjoying those final kilometers of the racetrack and of the event. And they, even though they will be the last car who will cross that start and finish line, they will still be the third car to cross the line in the BMW M235i class. And the ATAC team are on the Döttinger Höhe straight, which means that they have only a couple of corners to go, one very fast corner, and the final chicane before they will enter the Grand Prix part of the circuit.
Looks like they've also relaxed their pace quite a bit. Doesn't look like that car is pushing too hard anymore. No, they were slowly heading to the checkered flag last few laps. 9:29 was their last lap, and they should cross the line at something of a similar pace because they didn't need to push anymore. They lost about half a minute actually to the MNG Sim Racing team, but that's not really going to matter because the ATAC Sim Racing team takes the win in the M235i class.
So MNG, BMW is still on the racetrack. Down the Döttinger Höhe straight, and as Gustas already mentioned, the Baklajani BMW is the last BMW to cross the start and finish line to finish off what has been a special event on the World Sim Series platform of the year 2023. And we can stay together with Danius Butvela and help him complete the final corners and the final kilometers of the racetrack. Do not let him feel lonely. I think he should know that he's the final car on the track at this moment.
So because he's not going to see anybody behind him.
Look how the way he drives the car. He's still enjoying the racing. It looks like he is just simply letting the car slide around the corners with no problems whatsoever. Just
I was going to say something happened to the result, but no, this is just because cars are crossing the line. It looked like they had lost 7 laps for some reason. But I don't think they have, no.
No, they should have not lost 7 laps. Yeah, the telemetry, that the result system sometimes goes crazy, especially after the race is finished, but we still have cars that are staying on the racetrack and have to cross that line.
Spectron, we're still waiting for them to cross the line. They're going slowly because their timing screen says red and the car has not arrived yet, but I think they're just about to cross the line. In 5th position overall for this. They have crossed the line, but they're in the wall.
Yeah, they took the finish line in a fashioned way.
I think we can actually have a look at the results.
Yes, we can. We just need to prepare them to show on our screens. While Danius Butvela is still traveling down those corners, he just reached the Döttinger Höhe straight, meaning that he will cross that start and finish line shortly. And ladies and gentlemen, there are your overall results of this event. Just to confirm that Sean Clark Racing have reached the start and finish line in 1st position in the GT3 class and in the overall standings. Great job by Cortec Racing 1 team, managed by Giuseppe Mazzei and driven by other drivers, which which include drivers we don't see on our list. Italia Racing Team GT3 finished by Bertozzi. They reached the finish line on the final step of the podium. Mancos Resin Team, they were trying to chase down the Italia Racing for the final hour of this race, but it didn't work out. Spectron Racing Team, the first non-Audi manufacturer to reach the finish line in the GT3 class, and taking that fifth spot. Box 33 Racing Team, another Italian racing team, have finished 6th. Aerolab GT, they managed to finish 7th. At the moment we were talking with the engineer, they were running 9th and dropped to 10th, but at the end it worked out for them beautifully, and that's where the engineering job comes into play. I think the strategic thinking and good strategy moves led the team to finish 7th. Windsiders Motorsport finished 8th, Breaking Point Racing 9th, and the final step in the top 10 places go to MT24 Hours team with De Vries behind the wheel. RKFL Racing Simsport 11th, Assetto Corsa finishing 12th, IRT number 2 International Racing Team with Ian Wright is behind the wheel finishing 13th. Bing Bong Racing Team 14th, all the way from Canada. KRT Endurance Racing Team with yet another McLaren finishing 15th. Box 33 Motorsports, another team from Italia, finishing 16th overall, and in the GT3 class, that Sim Racing Team finishing 17th, ACRT Sim Racing 18th, Manolo Racing 19th, and Scuderia Kinakrut 20th. Motorhome Team Racing Esports 21st, WBR 22nd, Les Darons do Sim Racing 23rd, Race System Nancy 24th, Team Pacio 25th, CKAK Motorsports 26th, Papuanos Racing Club 27th, Three Musketeeri 28th, RKFL Mad Sim Sport Academy 29th, Yellow Flag SR 30th, Traghawk 31st. Shout out to Simke Masterik and Evolution Racing Serbia, who round out the final spots of the GT3 class that have managed to finish the race. BMW class saw ATAC Sim Racing winning the event. MNG Sim Racing Club finishing 2nd. Baklajani, the last car to cross the line, they finished 3rd. Benex Motorsports 4th. A Top Drop 5th. JSRA 6th. QKS Sim Racing Team finishing 7th. The Pretty Ninja Endurance Team, what a beautiful name, finishing 8th. HM Racing 9th. That's Sim Racing Team BMW finishing 10th. Breaking Point Racing 11th, Tamerforce Bansal Lenkar finishing 12th, and BNB Racing 13th, AS Maki 14th. We have a couple of GT3s mixed in between those BMWs. But yeah, shout out to all the teams that managed to finish the race. Oh, those GT3s are in the 40th and 49th spots. These are the first teams that didn't have the luck to finish this race. They are 99 laps behind the final spot of the finishing car. But we have 10 teams that had issues. We have a couple of teams that were being disqualified from the race for not obeying the rules. This was one of the cleanest special events on the World Sim Series platform, held on a track where you basically hope for big crashes and a lot of drama. The drivers were doing a phenomenal job, and they managed to avoid most of the actions that cause issues. Good job by the World Sim Series community and admins. I think it's time to say goodbye. Gustas wants to say the final word, and we will leave you with our usual promo with you.
It's definitely big kudos to all the teams that took the checkered flag, not only to those that won, because doing the 24 hours of Nürburgring, it's a win just to finish the race. So congratulations to everyone, and see you next time out at Spa.